this is a kind of nice one. This is a real nice one. This is is called the Water Guardian. This is my boy Bjorn. I have two dogs. This is my white golden. My other one is a regular golden, and his name's Fenrir. And you know, everybody, I always tell this, Fenrir, everybody knows who Fenrir is. He was a giant wolf in Ragnarok who ate Odin in the Battle of Ragnarok. I knew you knew that. But he's my energetic dog, and he does all the jumping and stuff like this. This is my poser dog. He hits these poses in the water. He doesn't just go crazy and make a lot of splashes and stuff very often. He's more of a glider in the water, and this is him. He's pretty much stoic. He'll go out there and hit this pose. The nice thing about him, because he's a white golden, or they call them English creams, the water beads off him pretty quickly, and so he always looks like he's dry. Even his head, even if he's wet, his top of his head looks dry. And I've found that being a very positive thing about these dog paintings I do, that when you paint wet fur on the heads and stuff, it's like little teeny spikes, dark spikes, and so they always just look a little funky and stuff, so I have to tame those down. And with him, I don't have to do much. He's pretty much there, and that's pretty good. But yeah, this is the shot I took. This is up by our lake up in Michigan, and I take the dogs out in the mornings and stuff when they want to go swimming, which is right away and all day. So I'll take them out, and I'll just take my camera and just start shooting, photographing, seeing what I can do, get different angles, stuff. This was over at a beach area on the lake, and I just had Bjorn over there by himself trying to get a few more shots of just him doing things, and I got quite a lot of shots of him, and I painted quite a few from it. But this is one that just was, I don't know. I just looked at it and I go, wow, that's really cool. He's a lot different than what I've been painting. I mean, with the water, them swimming and stuff. Here he's just looking, and that look turned to the head, it worked out really well. And so I painted it. It's going into a big show in a couple weeks, so I'm getting it all framed up and looking at it. But today we're going to be repainting it a little bit. I might be painting it a little bit larger for you. That way you can see all the strokes a little bit better. I'll be repainting it start to finish. I'm not going to have this painting sitting here and looking at it. I'm not going to try and recreate it. We'll start a new one. I did send out to all of you guys a different version of this photo. Not a different version, but like a snap or two before this shot. And I was going to paint that. I wanted to paint it. I said, and so a few guys might want to paint it too. But higher authorities told me that I have to I should repaint this one bigger. That's the way. So I said, okay. So that's why I sent it out to you guys. Said, okay, we're going to repaint this. So this is the first time I've really done that, is really repainted one of these paintings like this. So we'll see how it goes.
What size? What size is your first painting here?
This is only a 16 by 20.
Oh, okay.
And I'll be doing an 18 by 24, bigger.
Okay.
It's a little narrower too, so it's a brand new painting. But the colors are going to be really good. Going to end up probably being very close because my palette doesn't change very much. I usually have the same colors on my palette. So going from that, from this one to a bigger one, the colors are going to be pretty close. And I kind of, I know my color combinations I use a lot. So I will be passing those along on the palette when we mix colors.
Can I ask a favor?
Yes.
I can't get the.
can't get, am I breaking up?
No, I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Fine.
No, somebody asked a question. Okay. Somebody's asking a favor. Okay.
Maybe it
Sorry,
wasn't.
maybe. Maybe.
Hey, James,
Yes.
when did you send out that other photo? I never saw it. Could you send it to me again? I'm going to paint this one today, but I'd like to see the other one.
Oh, yeah. It's on the PDF.
Oh, it's on the PDF. That's probably why.
Yes. If you downloaded the PDF,
Okay.
you got the other photo. There was a few
Okay.
of you guys, like Jennifer, who says they want to paint the other one because they've already had it drawn out and they're ready to go. That's fine. Same thing is the colors are so similar, and the ripples, a lot of things are really close. It's just a different head turn, but the colors are going to be all the same.
Okay, well,
so
I can find it then if it's on that, but I missed it. But
yeah,
that's
but
fine.
if you have this one, we're ready to go.
Yep. Okay,
and
thanks.
if you don't, no, you all should have this because I passed along. Okay, so yeah, that's what happened there. So I'm gonna have to mute you guys. Got a little back feed there going on. Okay. So I get, extra phones come on and I get a lot of back feed. So I'll be repainting this one a little bit larger. The other one was, like I said, very close in the same colors. So if you make big enough piles today, you can paint two of them. You can paint this one, and you'll probably have plenty of paint left over to paint another one. I'll show you guys exactly my process. I'll try not to hold I'm not going to hold anything back. Ask questions. Please ask questions. Any questions you have, I'm happy to answer. Even if I'm painting or mixing, please ask a question. I did mute you all, so please, you have to unmute yourself and ask questions. I'm happy to answer them anytime. We're going to get this thing going real quick here. And what we're going to do is I'll go through the design, talk about that, go through a little bit of color, little ideas. Then we'll go to the color palette. We're going to mix up all the colors. I do mix up a lot of colors. I pick up almost all the colors I think there are in this painting. And I do that to every painting. I start off with my colors, make sure they work. And when they work, they'll work there. And when I'm painting, I don't have to stop, mix a color, lose concentration. I can concentrate on my strokes. And that's when you're going to be able to get strokes like this, going down like that, because you're concentrating on your stroke. You're not thinking about, is that color right or anything else like that? So it just makes sense for me. And it works really well for me. So I'm happy with the way I'm painting today. I might change tomorrow. Who knows? But this is the way I'm working. Been working for quite a long time. So, and I want to say thanks again to y'all, everybody, for joining in, and I really appreciate this. So let's get going. Okay. And if you have any questions, like I said, just unmute yourself and ask. That's our boy Bjorn. This is him normally. I paint a lot of dogs. And right now, I'm just going to run you through a few ideas of when you're painting fur and what to look for. And when you're painting a dog too. I paint Goldens. These are just my dogs I paint. So this is Bjorn, pretty close. And I will go through this. Okay. First thing to know about dogs is their heads and face, they're split right down the middle. As you can tell, if you blow this up, you can see that crease down his nose. It runs straight down between his top of his nose, or top of his muzzle. There is a ridge there. Goes right down there, right, splits his head and goes all the way back to the point back there. So that's what I was going to say. And then these other ridges up here, you can see his crown of his head here. You can see how that that fur just kind of, spreads out, and it's dark on one side, light on the other. That's because shows you the depth of that crown. I mean, that in between his eyeballs, and how it goes, his forehead there, how deep that goes. Goldens have a very big one. You get the smaller dogs and stuff, they all have a little bit, gets smushed out. But that crown to the eye socket area really, pops out right there for these guys. And it's really noticeable. So that's really not an arrow. That's what I want to say. That's really just splitting his nose, and how they split. Okay, they split like that. Now we get crazy. Off that split comes all their hairs, how the hairs come off. And it all follows that split. One side of his face hairs go on once, rotate down onto the right side. They rotate down different way on the left side, going down that ridge. Things to know about. We're doing a side view today, probably won't make as much difference, but it's good to know these things. Because when I do paint these things, that's the way I always follow the fur. My brush follows the fur. So my strokes will follow the angle of the fur. Pretty common sense, but sometimes you gotta say it out loud. And same up here on the crown. You can see how those strokes, these arrows, pretty much are telling you, I usually take it from that point and take it up. Yeah, just follow the fur. The eyeball, just a little bit opposite, but they do, the fur comes down from the eye and goes up. This is a little bit different area because usually his head fur kind of follows that ridge of his nose, but right around here, his eyeballs, they spread out in a different way, and that's when you start getting these cowlicks together. When one arrow hits another arrow there, that's like a little cowlick of hair that pops up. So always look for that, and then you notice which way things going. Those cowlicks usually catch light. That's why I'm pointing it out, because they're always there. They're going to catch a little light. They really kind of describe the form that's underneath. And that's the really interesting thing about these dogs and stuff, because the way the light hits them, the form, you can see the form very easily with the highlights coming through. You can see the crown, you can see it, how it wraps around his eyeballs, his eye sockets, comes down around his nose, and hits his nose. Bjorn is like about 4 or 5. No, he's 5. He's gonna be 5. And you can see his nose is turning pink. That's how you tell ages of dogs, because of their noses. He'll keep getting pinker and pinker. It's going to lose his black pigment. Fenrir still has a very black nose. It will probably end up being this color in another year or so. And Bjorn's his nose turned this way back about a year or 2 ago. So, which is, it's going to be okay. I mean, it's no big deal. That's just the way their noses go. They get a little lighter, but then you can start to see the nostrils in there. Painting nostrils, you don't want to see a nostril, but they are key to a dog. They are almost as key as doing eyeballs. So what we're going to do is, we'll go through that, and I'll go tell you about how to keep those nostrils from taking over your painting, how to, really, it will end up being all about the eyes at the end. Okay, speaking of eyes, Okay, a few things about these dogs. As you can see, I have a few things circled here. Um, you know, you got dogs have 3 eyelids. They have the top one, the bottom one, and then they have this little one over here. You can, let me get this down here. I don't know if I can draw on it, but right here, this area here, that is a 3rd eyelid. It comes down in the corner of the eye. Some dogs have it very pronounced in their nature, but a lot of them don't. You don't see it. Goldens, you can see it because they are field dogs and they are been bred to be swimmers and things like that. So, you know, that you can really see it a little bit in these guys. But that's where it is. So that's things, you know, the whites of the eyes over here. One of the key things about painting those: do not overstate. Whites of the eyes are not white. That value is pretty much almost the same as fur. The highlight, never overstate a highlight. Keep them as small as possible. Let them be strong, but do not over hit your highlights. Do not make big highlights. Little highlights mean so much more. The more, that's about as much I'm going to say about highlights, because we get carried away with those. The other thing about these guys that really show their attitude and mean so much about these guys are their eyebrows. These guys have 2 eyebrows. In fact, they have a horizontal eyebrow, and they have this one coming down here, this vertical one. This vertical one's a little bit bigger, and there's 2 muscles that come in together here and tie in right in here. And they, you know, they really just flex to the sides and stuff and give them a lot of expression. And the same with this one. This one just goes up and down, and you know, but you know, they all work together just like a eyebrow, and can just add a lot of expression to the dog. See, on this side, yeah, I was looking at this. Okay, the tear ducts and the bottom line of their eyelid. I usually do one of the places I love to use my knife is on the bottom line of their eyelid. And let me go back here. I can bring it up here a little bit easier. You can see the bottom line of his eyelid just right in here. Oop, wrong thing. You can just see it right in there. That's where I love to take a knife and put in that final little glint of light. Their eyelid, their skin around them is dark. I mean, really, that's why we see all this dark air mass underneath the fur here, is because of their skin being so dark. And there are a few colors in that dark too that I want to take and make sure that they work out right. I see there are greens, there are purples and blues and reds in this area here, these areas, and I love to make sure they stand out and work together. They're all going to be, as we mix our paints, you'll find out what I'm talking about. They're all going to be very tight in value. They're going to be about the same value. You won't be able to tell one from the other until you put a color next to them. Then they'll shine. But together, they're going to just look like black. Okay. All right. So that's what I was going to talk about, that tear duct and stuff. A lot of little things left on this guy to do. Little things when I'm doing the final little things. That's when I'll be putting in whiskers and other hairs up here, noticeable ones. Goldens have this little lock of hair that comes down here and from the their head to their ear and stuff. That's always one of those little key little marks and stuff for these Goldens. So I'll be putting those guys, they usually come in at the end. Well, the locks up here will come in earlier, but whiskers, always at the end. I don't want to have to paint around them. I don't want to have to think about them. They are supposed to, I like to make them put them in organically. So I kind of put them in either with a knife, or I put them in with a paint eraser, or little things like that. I try and just little scrapes. I don't try to put them in with paint. So they have to be done when the painting is wet, because I want the canvas to show through. I want the canvas to do the work of showing that. Okay, so that's my little deal on that, on a little bit of golden painting in the face. They're fun guys. I mean, I love these dogs. We're on our fourth one now, and Bjorn is just, he's a great little guy. We usually had golden ones, so having a white one is really special. Okay, so like I said, this is the photo we'll be working with today. It is again from my lake house up in Michigan. These guys just love it there. They just will swim all day. I can't get them I can't get Fenn out of the water. Bjorn, he'll come and go, but when he gets hot, he'll come down and lay in the water. But he's not really crazy about everything, the sports and stuff like Fenrir is. So what I'm going to be doing today is showing you how I painted this and how we're going to go through it, and my thoughts about it as we go. I always paint very traditionally, dark to light. So, this area back in here will be important to get done. This area here is really important to get done first, and then this part of here, and then, the rest just keeps coming. So that's what we'll be starting in, dark and wise. I guess, I like the look of the dog of Bjorn in this one, turning his head, everything. So it was really great. But the big thing I really thought was cool was this light here, how that backlit here went against that dark background. And that's what I wanted to show. That was what I was keying on, was that light on this forehead being something special, and very graphic. I was an illustrator for I hate to say it, almost 30 years. And before, but I started painting and oil painting and really enjoyed it. I mean, it was like taking me back, making me enjoy art again. When you're an illustrator, you're working for people, and it's really gets tiresome after a while. Even though you're getting paid great, you're just like, I don't know why. It just gets that way. But when I start painting on my own stuff and painting for myself, I just really enjoyed it a lot, so much more. And now that I'm painting pretty much mostly my dogs, it's just really wonderful. So, and I tell everybody, go out and get a really good dog and paint it if you can. So again, okay, well, let's go through this break this up a little bit more now. Looking at this, you got do have a nice, this where I set up everything. I usually work to the rule of thirds, 1/3, 2/3, put focus. And so here, pretty much over here on the left top third, his head is where it's always, the head is always going to grab a lot of attention. It's really going to end up being your focus, no matter what you got going on everywhere else. So that's what I want to. It's in a good place design wise. And a few things in here that drew me in also were the waves. These waves are so beautiful. I mean, the water is so interesting because it is really all together. You know, it just it goes from one spot. It works together. It's just one. It's not like uh, anything else. And like painting fur where pieces will stand out or anything like that. But it is all connected. And that's one of the things you have to get across when you're painting water is that it is flowing. It is going in one into the next seamlessly. So that, but that being said, they go in seamlessly, but you know, you don't see an edge, but there is an edge there. And that's what I just drawing out on this thing here, is looking at these edges where this water flows here, how one wave hits another wave and starts another one, and how they just kind of keep rolling here. Well, the way I paint these kind of waves, you know, work really well with the big brush. The brushes I'll be showing you later. They just kind of do a lot of the work for me, and that's always great. I like having things do the work for me. They just do a nice natural blend of things. And one of the things about painting this area is trying to keep my strokes down, my visual strokes, brush strokes down, keeping them very, very clean. So this area here does not have any jagged marks in it. You know, it is all big strokes blending into each other. All this stuff, all the water, just like that. And in the back, I don't want to see too much going on back there. I want indications and you know, suggestions of things, but I don't want anything a sharp edge. I don't want anything to really pop out at me. So even this little stuff back in here, the trees, anything back in here, keep it subtle. I want those things very subtle, because anything that's stealing attention here and here, those highlights being just a little bit too bright, will steal attention from here. And the quieter you make this stuff back in here, even the greens, keeping those greens not quite that vibrant, you know, will make this dog's head just jump. And that's what you want to do. You want to make sure everything's obeying your commands on this one, right? That's the kind of thing that I'm going to be looking for in my paints. It's just, and most of that stuff I take care of when I'm mixing colors. Okay, the nice thing about this is it's really an interesting color combination of warm yellow, oranges against blues and greens, and that's really nice. I mean, that's a really good combination of colors, and then mixed in with some reds here in his face, these orange reds and stuff. Just really have a really have a beautiful look. So we'll be definitely being able to look at that. Little things I want to show you to keep in mind when we paint these things are going to be the way the water comes off his jowls here. You know, they come off his nose, come down his back of his throat here, and they really create these two long lines of water. Definitely, one of the things I do when I paint is I try to recognize shapes. And this shape is nothing more than a W. That kind of simple little thinking will make it so much easier to look at these things. All of these spikes, his hairs, all come down because of the gravity and the water, wet water. Everything comes down in spikes. And that's going to be one of the little things we're going to do and as our warm-up is get used to making spikes. Okay. Get rid of that. Back here. All right. Oh, his eye. The last little thing, his eyes, his face. I talked about this shape here, how important this shape is. You know, really nailing that shape. I tell you, I did have a little trouble doing it in my first painting, and one of the things I always go back on and do before I do my, you know, my real finishing strokes, like, you know, going back and putting in beautiful hairs and stuff like that, and getting, you know, in love with my painting. I'll do a little thing I call a digital check, where I'll take a photograph of my painting in the process, very squared up as possible, making sure that there's no deviations and too many deviations in the sides and stuff like that. So it's a very squared, you know, shot of it, very true. And then I'll take it into like either Photoshop or Procreate, and I'll have a drawing done of this guy. I'll do a little tracing of him, you know, going around here, making sure that I have a really nice little tracing of it. And I'll put that tracing over the painting, and it'll tell me where things are bumping out or are wrong and stuff. I don't care about the background. That means nothing to me. But, you know, sometimes you get caught up on things, and it's really good to be able to have something you can sit back on and say that, well, this is right. I know this is right. And if I do this, I'll be able to, you know, I have a way to fix things. And I work wet into wet. So I like to get everything kind of gooey and mooey and stuff, and then shift things around. A lot of people like to start very tight and start with a good drawing, perfect drawing, and work that way. I like to do it the opposite way. I like to have that looseness going into it, and then just figure out where I have to tighten things up. And that's what it works perfect for that. And it really will help when I have to get this area here, get the eyeball the right size and things, and make sure the nose isn't, this angle here is good, because that's a great angle. I love that angle. Okay, another little thing to look at. Yeah, don't get caught up on any of the details too soon. Always at the end. But when you get this eye, there is no highlight in that eye. There is a tiny, tiny little mark right there. That's all it gets, is right there. It does not get a huge. You put one of those big highlights in it, and you will not be able to get away from that eyeball. Little one indication has mystery behind it, where a big old one gets anime-ish, and it just does not do anything for a painting. So always watch your highlights and the eyeballs. I just can't stress that enough usually, about how I like to keep those guys small. And I put them in my knife usually. But we'll be putting in a few of these little hairs, the whiskers. They have to go in at the end anyway. So again, we'll be starting dark to light, working on this guy. Warms and cools. I did not say much about that, but there is going to be a difference. This side of the painting is going to be in more reds. This side of the painting is going to be cool. It's going to be in more blues. Simple little things like that. You can see it in his back body here. You can see all the blues and the cools and stuff. And you can see on this side, it's a lot more reds, even in the water. The green back here in the water, that's a red green. This is a blue green. So just little shifts like that, they mean so much to a painting. They really just bring a painting to life. They make the viewer move around. And that's one of the things we're going to want to do, is get that viewer to move around your painting and stay on your painting. You don't want them walking off. Little things, details at the end. I know these are the one little areas that are going to drive you nuts. You think they're going to drive you nuts is putting in these lines, right? With my brush, I can just drop them in pretty easily. And I'm going to show you that definitely how to drop these lines. Whoops, bad spot here. You know, how to drop these lines in. And one of the things, these lines are staggered. Okay, they're not all, you know, going across here like this. They are broken up. They are all a little bit all over the place, a little bit. You don't have to be perfect. That's the cool thing. You don't want to be perfect. If you're perfect, it won't look right. So that's where I come in really handy about being unperfect. I tell you that. These guys over here, yeah, these guys are going to take a little bit longer to do because of the lines really need to be really clean. But as you see, they are not sharp. They are not too sharp. So I wouldn't, usually on these kind of lines, I might throw them in with a knife. It's because I can run them really pretty quickly and then maybe throw a knife, then throw a soft brush over it and soften them. Could do it that way. Or with the big brush, I can just, take a nice little line and make it. We will be painting the white in, the white in. Am I going to paint the dark in? Can't remember which one I did. Doggone it. I think I painted the darks in afterwards. Yeah, I did paint the darks in afterwards. Okay. So we'll get to that point. Any questions? I know I talk a lot. Okay. Yeah. As I go, I will be talking about this a lot more about color changes, especially in the water. And we'll be getting that really quick, how that light is affecting that water, And so let's get going to the mixes. Okay, my kit. Pretty simple colors over here. I use a lot of Rembrandt colors, basically because I'm an ambassador for Rembrandt and they give me paint. It's really nice. But every once in a while I run out of paint and there's a few colors I just love that they don't make. So I have to, do it. Here I just ran out of some titanium white. This is first one color is just titanium white. The next colors, cadmium yellow light. This is cad red light. This is cad yellow deep. It's really not for this paint. I did not use it in this painting before. That color is just was on my palette from another painting. It's just a nice strong color. I like it. It was not on the printout or the supply list, so you don't have to really use it. I probably won't even use it. Cad yellow. This is cad orange. Okay, the thing about Rembrandt, I love this is one of the great reasons I use a lot of Rembrandts, and it's really cleaned up my work, is because these cadmium colors here are brighter and stronger than a lot of companies out there. And they just brighten up my paintings. I can take cad orange, cad red here and put it with a phthalo green, and it will stay there with a phthalo green. It can, outmuster a phthalo green. And that's something. I mean, when you use student grade paints, you'll have to use your whole tube to do that. This one, that's how good these paints are. And I recommend, as you get better, moving away from student grade paint. But that being said, there are, when you do like burnt umber, burnt sienna, ochres and stuff like that, those guys are just made out of dirt. So you can use almost student grade paints that are just as good as the professional paints. Here I have ochre. I have a red ochre here. This is a red gold or gold ochre. This is gold ochre. Ochre is ochre. This is just ochre with probably just a touch of red in it. Here I have a red oxide light. It is either you can use Venetian here or you can use Terra Rosa here. You know, so it's just a warm red I love to have in my palette. Here's a alizarin crimson, but if you are Rembrandt, this would be Rose Madder Deep. This is one of my special colors I love. I've always used it. This is Cobalt Blue Hue. This is by Utrecht. It's Cobalt Blue Hue. It is not cobalt. It is a not scientifically made paint to represent cobalt with for half the price. The thing about this color, it's great color. It's not a student grade color. It will not fade. It's not fake. The hue really doesn't mean anything. I love it because it's darker than most blues. It's up there with Prussian blue, darkness. It's so much darker than ultramarine blue. So I love it. It just really helps make the contrast in my paintings. Gives me that extra level of color. Here I have phthalo green, shade of blue. So shade blue. Here is some burnt sienna. Out here, I do have some cad red medium here. This is from another painting. Even though I get paint free, I'm not gonna throw it away. If I got a dab like that, that's, I don't throw away money. I don't throw away that kind of stuff. That's painting. Paint is paint. It's like gold. Here I have, this is oxide, transparent oxide red. This is regular oxide red light. This is transparent oxide red. Totally different colors. But I use them. They work together really well because they are oxides and they're red. That's about it. And that's it. So I do get free paint from Rembrandt, but that's usually, they like me to, let everybody use it when I do regular workshops with people, when I show people, in-person workshops. Brushes. This brush here is the one you're going to find that does all these lines. That's this brush. This, at the end, I'll be able to bring this brush back in and put it in. See that line it gets? That edge, that line it gets on that thing. This is one of the cheapest brushes you will ever get. Here comes from these guys. It's by Royal Langnickel, which is a great brush company. And this is like Crafter's Choice. I will send out a link to this to you guys. For these brushes, if you want them, they're like 3 brushes for like $12. And they last a long time. I mean, some of these I can get like 20, 25 paintings out of one of these brushes. And I got 3 of them. So you definitely will know when when the brush is dead, when hairs start to pull out of it. But this is a great brush. It fits like this. I can't noodle with it like this, which is fabulous because this keeps my wrist moving, and it's all about the wrist. I do have the Rosemary synthetics. I do have some other synthetics I like. I do have even small brushes. These are like 12s, 10s. So I do have some bristle brushes, regular bristle brushes, and then I got some filberts. I was always just using squares, flats, but when you do fur, I found out these filberts really work great. So filberts are pretty great for doing dog hair, especially when you got lines that have lines and twists in it and stuff. It comes from really handy. This last little gizmo is my paint eraser. Let me grab what it is. This is from the dollar store. I basically get it from the dollar store. It is a two-sided spatula. What I do is take scissors and just trim off the edge straight. Back here at the bottom, I try to get a couple uses out of this thing because this is silicone, pulls paint right off the canvas. When I need to get back to dark from light to a dark area that has wet paint in it, white paint in it, you can't get that dark yet. You can only do it if you take that paint out, and this thing can get really pretty close, clean. That's why I love it. All right, yeah, I paint with like safflower oil, and this is for gambling. That's my medium. I use this. I paint my house, and so I don't like to have anything toxic in my house. So safflower oil works great for it. I don't use any solvents. This is by Gambling, and it costs, like I was talking about, like $13. I get one of these from Utrecht, and it's $13, and it's so I usually buy these guys, but I couldn't get it quick enough, so I've had these. So just that's good to have. Good to know. You can get bigger amounts. It is not, the safflower has to come from a painting store. It can't come from the grocery store. Because that stuff will never dry. I had students use that. This is baby oil. I use that to clean my brushes. It's really great. It gets pretty much everything out of it. I paint a lot, and baby oil never dries. Well, it takes a long time to dry. That's why you don't want to get it in your paints. That's why I was freaking out. I think that's what scared everything. Anyway, so baby oil, clean my brushes at the end, because that keeps the things nice and they don't stink. I don't have that smell in my house. I don't use linseed oil. All the paint companies pretty much use safflower oil now for your paint binder, because it's cheaper than linseed oil and it doesn't yellow over time. I don't really want my paintings to yellow, so it's one of the things I want to get out of here. Let me pull up my monitor again. I have a big monitor, painting monitor, over to the side, which has the correct colors. This turned a little dark, went a little red. I'll be using my monitor, which is truer color-wise and easier to paint with. So first thing is to go in. One of the things I do when I mix up my colors, a few things when I do when I mix up colors, is I mix two colors of each color I make. One's always going to be warm, one's always going to be cool. No matter if you use a blue and a green together, one's going to be on the green side, one's going to be on the blue side, one's going to be warmer, one's going to be cooler. They go together. You need these colors to really go from one warms to cools very quickly, and it just really it's just a great way to work, at least for me. So the first color is going to make up are some of my killer colors. Some of the darks. I'll make up nothing but darks up the top, no white added. Okay, so the first row of colors I mix have no white in them. The second row of colors I'll mix up, we're going to have a little bit of white in them, but they're going to come from the first row of colors. So I'll just bring them down and add just enough white to make them all the same value. And that's where you're going to get the beauty of this painting, is when I come down, mix up the colors to a value about probably about a 7. That's why I always put a grid down here, because I can tell what value I want these colors to be at. So I'm going to go, pretty much the first one's going to be at 10. The next ones I'm going to mix, just basically add white to, and they're going to go to 7. And then I'll mix them up a little bit lighter, and I'll probably get them up around 3s. And then I'll mix up some of the specialty colors for the dog. Pretty much those colors, the first These other colors are pretty much going to take care of the rest, work together to make the painting. Pretty simple way to go. So the strip on the side here does mean something. So the first colors I'm going to mix up with are some of my specialty colors I love to paint with. Pretty much, if you are a student of mine, you know these colors. It's pretty much in every painting. First ones I'm going to bring out is my phthalo green. And the next color I'm going to put into it is the alizarin. One's going to be on the phthalo green side, which is pretty easy with phthalo green. Phthalo green is such a strong color. You know, even mixing in as much alizarin as I want is always going to be on the green side. The other one, I didn't put out as much phthalo green. I'm going to really put in at least that much of alizarin into it. Makes a good pile, good solid pile. And so this will be on the blue-red side. It's still, this is almost straight down the middle. So I almost have to add more red to it, just to get a little pinkiest-ness to it. So when I bring it down, you can see it just on the red side. So I got a green one and I got a red one, out of two colors. These guys are pretty much my go-to colors. These guys will end up being in water. They're going to be the watercolor when we add enough white to them. So that's what I love. Next two colors, I'm going to go to, again, I'm going to be just going with phthalo green for a little bit here as my dark. It's one of the darkest colors except for alizarin. The next color I'm going to mix in here is, I'm going to go with my little warm red. If you have, this is oxide red light. And I'll mix it in with my green. This is going to make a nice warm values. These, no matter what I do here, this red's going to come through a little bit. You're going to start finding this in this water area. These two values, these two colors. Maybe not right now, but you will find them in there. You'll find them in the dog for sure. I can guarantee that. Probably more on the green side. But the red side, you need the red side to get to the light. Another couple colors here. I'm just gonna need this for the water. Again, phthalo green. And you know, tell me if I'm going fast. I'm gonna go through all these colors one more time before we're done and tell you about what colors they are. The next one, this is transparent oxide red. This is oxide red light. This is transparent oxide red. It makes a totally different color. It really does. It's a transparent color. This is great for the water. This is the kind of stuff you put in this water, and you're going to get a lot of streaks. It's not going to go in like these oxide red light is a opaque color. It's going to go in a little bit different. It's going to be a little smoother. This guy's going to go in a little bit rougher. We're going to leave more streaks. So I use these two. Even alizarin is a transparent color. So I'll be using the transparent colors together a lot.
Jim, can I interrupt? All I have is Venetian red. I don't have the transparent red light and all of that. So
if you have burnt sienna,
okay,
burnt sienna is really close to this. This color here, I have burnt sienna here. That's why I have it out. Okay. Maybe I didn't have that on here, but this is burnt sienna. It is transparent too. It is just a little redder, but it's still that not by much, you know. This turns a little goldier, and it'll end up being pretty much the same color. I just like the transparent one. It just works. Oxide one because it just is on a little bit more on the red yellow side. And when I add yellow to it, just a touch of yellow to it, it goes to a different color than the oxide red. This goes to a little yellowier color than that. So at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll move these guys down, put them down here. I'll probably use them somewhere. Usually that's what happens. But I do mix up pretty much all my colors ahead of time. That way I can paint faster. Doesn't seem like it. This is just like, you know, does take a little bit of time. Takes a little more effort. But when you get there, it's really rewarding because you can get there pretty fast. That's why all my quick paint videos and stuff look like I'm painting really fast, because I have everything mixed up. I'm just putting paint down. All right. So I got a little bit here. The next colors, I'll probably be going with phthalo green and cad red. Now I'm going to start getting into these oranges, these red oranges, green and yellow oranges. And I don't need pretty much all this phthalo green. Phthalo green is so strong, and even with a cadmium, it goes a little bit. But I'm going to be putting cad red into these guys. This is cad red light into phthalo green. You're going to start finding this color in the dog a lot. You know, like I said, one's going to be on the green side, one's going to be on the red side. Maybe two green. And this is on the red side, orange. See, that's where that goes. It goes all over this. It's all over in here. I must say, this is still very red and stuff, so this won't be really the one I'll be using for this area here, but it does go in this area. This is the color I'll be using in there probably. This is cad orange and phthalo green. These colors I probably don't have to do too much work to. Yeah, this is the color. Just doesn't look like it on my printout. So I'm going to do just like I did with everything else. One's going to be on the little bit of green side, and one's going to be on the red, orange side. This guy, I might cheat a little bit. I'm not going to go quite as green. Because it's really not too much. I can use it up, you know, in a lot of other areas. Okay. I need to make up two more colors, but I'll mix up those later, I think. Now I'm going to do them now. I'm going to do them now. Blue and alizarin. These are some of the two darkest colors I can make. Even a little darker feeling than the phthalo green and alizarin. This one has chroma in it. This gets dark, but it has life to it. Perfect for the eyes and nose, nostrils, things like that. This other color I'm going to mix up again is blue, and it's me the oxide light. This color, when it gets grayed out, it's a perfect muzzle color. So I want one on the blue side, one on the red side. Definitely need more blue in that one.
Is that blue and like Venetian?
Venetian.
Yeah.
Yep. See, this is perfect on the red side. So that one's almost too bright. But it's okay. It'll work. Please put in more blue into this one. Nice little piles. I love to have these piles. That way I can always go back to the pile, original pile, and remix colors when you run out. But that's pretty much it for my darks. There might be a few more later on, but that's pretty much it. So what I'll do now is I'm going to split these piles in half. Just going to bring, you don't even have to go this, basically from the pile to this pile. I spread them out for you guys to see them. The colors changes. You don't have to be quite that far away. You can, just be a little bit. But I try to keep my piles unpolluted. Really keep the integrity of the color clean. So I'm going to take each one of these colors and I just wipe off in between each graph, right? Like I said, try not to take and mix these guys up too much. Looks like this is sort of like a Zorn palette. What I'll end up doing, even though I have a lot more colors than a Zorn would use, the idea of how you use your white to cool things off and lighten things. It's sort of a way this palette works. Cool side, a warm side. I just like to have a lot more colors. So every one of these colors now I'm going to take down to probably a value of right around a 7. This. So I'll just add just enough white each pile to it becomes a 7. If it gets too like this one, it goes too light, I'll just take it from the top pile, bring some piece in, and darken it in. But basically, I'll judge the first one, say, yeah, close, very close. Okay. And I'll just make all the other ones that same value, and I can kind of know how much white I used to get that. This one might go too light. This colored back, like I said, these two colors here, when they come down to, when I take them down to add enough white to them, they will become pretty much this background. This is the transparent oxide. No, this is oxide light value. Love this green it makes. It's a little dark. See if I can get all these values of these colors to work in the midtones like this. I can put any color almost anywhere. As long as it's a warm or a cool version of it, it can go anywhere. I don't have to be exactly perfect in my colors, which is impossible. You can't be that perfect. Even the painting, even the photo's not that perfect. But this value will go in a lot of places. Here you'll start to see the phthalo green just shoot through. Even though it doesn't look, you can't see it here on the top color. You can see how strong the phthalo green is to a transparent oxide. This one has a lot more oxide in it, and I'm not sure if it's going to change too much. Yeah, it should go good. Good. This is a great color. Especially for these guys, is when I take this color down, you're going to get a lot of dog colors out of here. I'm going to add just a little more transparent to this. It's a warmth just a little stronger here. It's a little too close to some of these colors. I like to have, a cool versus a warm of the phthalo greens like this, and then you got your purples. Got a warm purple, you got a cool purple, and then I'm going to get a bunch more down in here too. These guys I'm not going to have much white to. They're, you know, already a lighter color. So I don't have to add much white to these colors. Much more than that though. Not by much. Really, this is my stickling point. If I can get these guys right, the painting is pretty much done. I just have to put them in basically the right spots, you know, paint. Because these colors work so well together because they are built together. They're built to be laid together. And you can judge by the warmth and by the chroma in the color, the distance. It will create what distance it's going to create. So even in these small waves we got going in here, you got distance between the front of the wave and the back of the wave. And this is where it really comes handy. This is like, that's a great color. That's phthalo green and cad orange. You know, that's going to help out a lot of places when you start getting around this head and stuff, or light areas and stuff. This is the green side. Not quite. I don't have to add much white to it. I shouldn't have. I didn't really. It was already value-wise. These guys are really already close to that. I shouldn't have added much white to this one at all.
I'm sorry, are we supposed to be mixing along with you? Because I might be way behind. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay, here I go. Thank you.
I'm sorry if I didn't say that. Yes, mix with me if you can. Don't worry about, I will be going through all these colors again.
No, I took notes. I just didn't do the actual mixing.
Okay. I'll get, you know, don't worry about, this is tape. You can repaint. That's the nice thing about these videos is you can relook at them, and especially when you mix, this mixing part goes up. It takes a while. You know, we won't be, but I am getting there pretty quickly, to tell you the truth. I'm going to get, now you can start seeing how my purples start to work together here. You know, even when they're the same value, I have richness. I can get into things. And that helps, keeps the muddiness of a painting down. These colors here, this is a transparent, this is oxide red, light, and phthalo and blue. And they make this beautiful smoky colors. This is on the blue side, and that is on the red side. So you can see how these guys just start to work together. I got the darks, I got my lights, medium tones. Basically, all I have to do is get my lights. And I'll get those in a little bit, but I want to get into the dog colors. And I tell you the truth, I can't remember what I used. I can't remember what I used, but I know basically where I'm gonna be. I'm gonna start off with, I would start off with like transparent oxide. Probably do 2 versions. And I'm gonna add just let's see, cat orange to it, I think. Cat orange this side. There's a lot of cat orange going into a transparent. Wiped it right out.
So I'm sorry, you mixed what with orange? Which red?
Transparent oxide. I'm gonna mix up a few basic dog colors for this guy. And I'm gonna start off with some really rich oranges that are probably a little bit too much. Just that cat of orange is too over. No, I can't get this one better. Okay. That's okay. This one's almost, no, that is pure oxide. There you go. Got it dark enough I can see a difference with what's going to happen here. And then I'm going to do the other one. I'm going to do this oxide red light with yellow. And that'll give me a couple of different nice little variations from these guys that won't just jump out. I might be able to use some of these in the water. There's a lot of reflective color from that water into the dog. And then you got the dog reflecting into the water. Okay, so those are some basic ones. These go for really great if you're going to do a golden to a regular golden. These are great colors for that. I'm going to wash them all down. A few of these grayer ones up here will end up being a lot of the brighter areas of the dog. One more color for the dog. I'm going to start off with alizarin and cad yellow. Too much yellow. This will make up a redder version of it. Just a little weirder color. And like I said, I think I put in too much yellow in that first one. I'll put more, take this one on the red side because it's not a big pile. All right. I'm going to take these colors down just like I did with these, everything else. Save like half the pile. And take these guys down. I'm going to go through these colors again in a minute. But we're getting really only pretty much all the colors we need in the painting are here now. We just need to add white, maybe add a little yellow to it, make a couple specialty colors for the top of the head, warms against cools at the top of the head, things like that. So I'm going to say add white to each one of these guys. This is a different, when we get into this area here, values are going to change, or definitely are higher key. They're all about 5s and stuff. So we're going to add a little bit more white to these colors. These colors here are pretty much already at a 7 with the yellow added into it. I'm just adding white. This is where you're going to start getting all the coolness for the back edge and for some of these areas in here. They're just going to start showing up out of these colors. And you're going to have one on the warm side and then one like this on the cooler side. These two, like I said, transparent oxide. It's not a really hugely strong color. So just got its butt kicked. Even just a little burnt sienna. Ran out of oxide. That's because it's so weak. It just did not even get past 3 or 4 colors. Anyway. These ones, these are the oxide light in yellow. And you see, now you can see the coolness in these colors. Just keep them coming. See the warmth and the yellow coming through on this side. And I'm going to take these guys a little bit brighter yet. One more stage after this. to get all my lights set up in the dog. I'm just adding white to these pieces. This one went a little, like I said, I pushed the alizarin on it, you know, and yeah, it probably doesn't have a whole lot of spots in it. Probably, I mean, that value worked all right. This one went a little bit funky, but it got a nice coral color out of it here, and that will be good for back in here. That one I'm going to change. I'm going to add both these. I'm going to change a little bit. Add just a little bit more yellow to each one of these guys. This, you know, this pink's not going to go anywhere, so it doesn't need to be on my palette at that strength. And this one, yeah, should have been this. See how that works with everything else? Just glows a little bit. You take that cool red and you put a warm yellow into it, and you get something that glows. Or you put two warms together, and they just kind of sit there, right? These guys just sit here. These guys start to glow because of a warm and cool reaction. Okay, here we go. So, one more time, I'm going to take most of these colors and bring them up to probably a 2. I'm going to put this over to the side. Put it in my hands. But I'm going to start off with white down. Just clean white down in spots. As you can see, I do try to keep my knife clean. But even that, you know, it's a little bit of funk in it. So color's going to mix up. I definitely at these last few things, these guys all have to go up to probably a 2. So I'm just going to add white to these ones. The other ones I'm going to grab. Dad, put these guys down because I'm going to grab them from up there. And I want to be able to see a relationship between these colors when I take them up this high, that I can see, be able to judge where they are color-wise. I can see a warm, I can see a cool, because when I get to these light colors at the end, they're going to, you know, they are pretty much going to be the frosting on the cake of this painting. And they need to be able to, you know, I need to make them glow. And the only way to get them to glow is to have them next to each other and see how they react. I always kind of put my colors here. The oranges here, orange dog, a lot of colors, pretty much all of them here, right? But they're going to be a lot higher key, especially on the back end. White is a natural cooler in your mixes. So it cools off a lot of those warm colors. Okay, these other whites here, definitely a few colors I need in a painting. I also just want to see a couple of dog colors in here too. So I'm going to go up here to the cat orange mix here, just take a little bit of that. That's almost too much, and add it into white. You're going to find this color all over this dog. And then, of course, I mixed up a little teeny pile. And I'm saying it goes all over this dog, and he has a teeny little pile. You know, but this, you'll see this up in here and in here, that kind of little stuff. It's like a major color dog. You know, it's one of those colors I use to pull the painting together at the end. And again, it's just cat orange, and this one cat orange. Sorry, I'm going to mix it just a hair more. Cat orange and phthalo green with white. Here you go. It's just a beautiful, clean color. It's nice, clean. Get everything off that. Beautiful color to have. I'm going to look at these other greens here. I know this transparent oxide and phthalo green mix. That will make the color very similar to this. A little cooler. But it's just a little more, it's a beautiful little kind of warm gray. And I'm going to take over here, take this warm oxide red and phthalo green on the red side. And I know it will make another gray. These are all these like warm grays. Then I'm going to start ending up with some cooler ones. Oh shit, I didn't mix up this one. Sorry. Said this is going to end up being a lot of the water. And I got a little teeny pile of it. Hold on. Don't need this color. All the dark, rich, clean, warming warmth in there. Doesn't need to be there. It shows up anyway. I'm bringing this down here. This is alizarin and phthalo green. That's on the phthalo green side. That's on the alizarin side. From this one coming down. Now I'm going to add enough white. I got to paint pretty much that whole, all the back around the water here. So I need decent piles. That's why I brought it over here. When I add white to it, I'm going to take this up to probably 3.2-ish value. So let's see how that goes. Maybe on the pink side, it looks a little, looks like it might be on a little bit on the purple side. That's what I love about it. And then this is the phthalo green side. Phthalo green's a strong color. It's really just gonna. That's why I use phthalo green instead of Meridian. I find phthalo green be cleaner in my paints. It's strong and it will get all over your paint, all over you, but it will be in there. So that's pretty good. That hits a lot of marks. This guy just went a little bit on the purple side, so I'm going to split this pile and add it to here. Just to gray this purple out just one step. So when I paint this side of the painting, I'll be painting it purple. This side, I'll be painting with on the green side. I'm going to add just a little more pile to that one, so I stole it. That's your main painting right there. A lot of phthalo green and alizarin together make up this paint. And that might be too light. Let me see. Yeah, it's just a hair too light. That's okay. That's close enough. Easy to add just a little bit more to a piece of it. Okay, because these guys are going to end up being a lot of the lights. Other colors, like I said, I needed here. Over here, I'm running out of my white. Definitely are the blues, the alizarin, and the blue. This makes a beautiful periwinkle color. This you'll find in this back edge, on the back side of the dog a little bit. Pretty high key, the red, the pink also. Sometimes just these colors just need to get bright colors in these dead areas. You can see how it works with some of these other ones. It just makes these guys so much more powerful as a team. And my last ones. Okay, my last ones. are going to be alizarin and yellow, just a scraping of that. I need a pink. I need a hot pink. I need a hot pink for the top of his head. It could be pink. It might be. Also, I'm going to hedge my bet and make one cad red light. These are some of my final colors. They will go in here at the very tops. They will go in the top of the head. I don't have to be huge. But along with them, I'm going to need, we'll put up my last two colors here. I'm going to need just a touch of cad yellow. This is very, that's too much for me. Just a little bit of it, just to warm this white up. Just to take the curse off the white. Just a touch. Just a touch more. Just a touch more. Just sneak up on it. So it stays pretty bright. So that's pretty much going to be going into a lot of these areas. As soon as you see this has yellow in it, and when I put it in here, it cancels out all the yellow in the painting, and you can see the other colors will pop out, and that's where I can see the pink right above it, above his head in this area. See pink, and then I see yellow. The yellow where the yellow is. The last color, I'm just taking a little bit of blue white, hot white. This really pulls a lot of painting together. This last color. Just enough to just see blue on the edge, white and blue. Really high key, pretty much close as you get to one. These three colors are, the four colors are. Everything else is right around twos. You know, I'm not going to take these guys down anymore because I did a few of these guys. I don't need to do all. I might take these blues down to a little bit blue green. Since I have just a hair of white left, get this. Sometimes you just need a couple more. And I put out some more white. Just a couple cooler grays. They do have a lot of warm here, but that's my colors. That will make this whole painting pretty easily. Yeah, I won't have to think. I probably don't have this green up here, but I'll have, you know, if I took any of this and just added just a touch of yellow to it, you know, I'll get the green I need for enough up there. I want to build any of these little extra colors and stuff off of what I have. I don't want to bring in too many new ones. Like I said, down back here, I want to keep it pretty subtle, so I want to build the color off of one of these darks. So, okay. Here's I'm going to go through all the colors real quick and what I did. We did phthalo green and alizarin up here. One of my favorite colors. This is like a kick-ass color. It goes in so much better. It's a beautiful gray. Can't say enough about it. Just brings so much life to a painting. I brought them down here. These are without white. These have just a little bit of white in them, and I tried to get to a value of 7. Pretty much a second row value of 7s. So I added some white to it to get it to 7. Down here, I added a lot of white to it to probably get to about a 3 value. These are going to be water. Going to really get into the water. They are going to come forward and get into the highlights. And that's it. Here we got phthalo green again and oxide red light mixed up. Here we added it to 7, and then I brought one down here, the red side, or down over here with some white. Greens have been doing more. It's going to look like that. Oxide red, transparent oxide red here with phthalo greens. coming down here with just white. I took that one and brought it over here because I know how great it's going to be. Over here we did phthalo green and cad red on these two. More cad red, more a little bit phthalo green. Adding white to them, come down really nice. This color here, I probably could always add white to too. Phthalo green and cad orange. A lot of cad orange. I mean, a lot of cad orange. Hardly any phthalo green in this. And then I brought down white. I took this color and brought it over here and added white to it. I know how good it's gonna be in this area here. It might even get a little bit hotter, but it's a nice neutral kind of a color. It's more natural. We fit in there. Over here we did cobalt blue hue and alizarin. Just a little bit of alizarin in this one. A little bit more alizarin on this side than the blue. And brought them down. And I took those colors and I brought them over here. It just makes this beautiful paragon color. And this purple is beautiful too. And then if you mix them up just right in between, that's a great color too. It's a nice color. Here we have blue and oxide red light. And these make just this beautiful smoky gray. Beautiful for mountains. If you're doing mountains, they're good for water. I'll find them in this area too. I'm going to find them in the dog. You're going to find them in things. You're going to find these dark colors here in the muzzle, in the eyes, in creases. Okay. And then the dog colors. I did a few different ones. You never know which one's going to hit or where you're going to use it. This first one I just did transparent oxide and cat orange. Cat orange knocked the crap out of it. So I kept that and used up all my rest of my oxide to try to make a difference here. So when you add white, difference isn't that much. It's a pretty weak color. Over here I did oxide red light with yellow. And brought them down with white. You can see on the red side, one on the yellow side. And you can start to see how they hold their own there very nicely. Over here we did alizarin in cat orange and brought those guys down. You just see the richness in those colors. They have a lot of richness. Even when you come down here and you add a lot of white to them, they start to hold up. I did take a lot of these colors over here and bring them down over here. But these last few colors I made up just white and alizarin, white and cad red light, white and yellow, and white and blue. There's a little bit of blue, just enough color to that you can see it. Almost maybe too much, but I can always add white. I had more. Speaking of that, let me make sure I have white out. I don't have. Put a squish of this to have it out. This is Tomelva white. It's a little different than titanium white. It's a little cooler, but it won't make a difference. You know, at this point, I just don't want to dig through my bag. So those are the colors. That's what we're going to war with. I will tone my canvas. I'm going to tone my canvas. I would say I usually tone my canvas with oxide, transparent oxide, but we'll go burnt sienna. Same thing. Close enough. Will work. So, this guy, a lot of times what we're doing is working on the background first. I'll paint my darks in. I'm going to paint these guys in first, lay in this stuff, you know, and then draw it in right, and then at the end we'll come back and, you know, start getting him as the mid-tones and then the water too. I usually do the water before I do the dog. So that's what I'll be doing. Like I said, the color on this guy is off a little bit. I mean, it's a little red compared to what it really should look like. Even in my highlights here and stuff, I didn't even take it up as bright as I could have. It could have brightened it up a little bit more. But that's too late now. I can't do anything about this. All right, put it away. All right, so new painting, better painting. Stretch out here. Get a glass, drink of water. And stretch. Okay, like I said, I paint with just safflower oil. Safflower oil. So I just can, and I will clean my oil when I get to my lights. Pretty much I'll be out of oil. I don't put a ton of oil in. I don't paint a lot with, a lot of it. So it doesn't really break down my colors. This first color, I'm going to just tone my canvas. So that's when a big brush like this and comes in handy. Be doing I got just burnt sienna out. Transparent oxide would have been my go-to. But I used it all up, and I have burnt sienna, same color almost. It's just a little redder, which might be okay. It's okay. All my other colors I know I can work. When I lay it in and stuff, I'm just gonna basically I do tone it to get rid of the white, where I can judge colors a little bit better and faster as I go. So I'm not gonna be so have a better relationship at the end. So I'm gonna put it in, rub it in, and be done. So this is burnt sienna, just a little bit of oil on my brush. I will probably just keep it a little bit lighter, in the blue areas. So when I do rub it in, it won't make a green or goofy color. Like I said, I'm going to rub it out. Up here, I can keep it darker up there. In here, I just want to keep it lighter. Yeah, I'm hard to follow, I'm sure, on these things. Especially if you've never painted with me before and you kind of know how my process goes. But it is what I try to do is simplify the whole process down as much as I can. So everything works. Gotta have a little bit of glare on the top, a little bit. How much I can do with that. You tried pushing this thing forward a little bit. It doesn't, barely throws things off. Okay. Toned canvas, just slightly oiled. Pretty much everything's off it. There's no drips. Pretty much a dry. Just has a little slickness to it. I do work on linen. I just buy these Centurions, universal primed linen things. I get them at Jerry's Artorama. Usually I buy now the regular acrylic primed. The oil primed are nice, but they cheapen it out so much that half the time when you're painting and stuff, you're not even painting on oil prime, because you'll see streaks in your painting because of they didn't put enough primer on it. So you might as well paint on. Basically, they're taking acrylics, putting oil primer on. That's the exact same. And then these guys work almost exactly the same. So it's like, okay, what's the big deal? Okay, first thing now. Painting. We'll be painting from here to a blocking. Hopefully I'll have this blocked in in an hour or so, something like that. We'll take a break. Then I'm going to take a photo of it, take it upstairs, put on what's wrong with it, send it to you guys, show you guys what I'm going to be looking at and fixing it, and like that. So probably about 1:30, we'll think. Definitely find the top of his head. How far you want that head up there? I want to make sure maybe just a hair lower than that. Find the top where you want that top of the head. Find out where you want the bottom. Just a little higher. So right in here. 1/3 up there. And I want to break this about just under thirds. So this is the background. Pretty much right about there. I'm going to take this background and
That's crazy.
I put it in right in here. I'm going to try to keep it up high, a little bit higher than the third, and even less than a quarter. But then on this side, yeah, it's going to come down to about a third. Him, if I get that one spot right. Start off with his head, about where I want that. This goes back here. Get this, trying to keep them off center. I need them on this side of the painting. So I'm trying not to get them too in the middle, his head in the middle and stuff too. So it's more important that this is right than the painting's right. Because even if I painted it perfectly, and design's bad, it's not going to be a good painting no matter what you do. So, go there, trying to keep this head in this area here. Get that angle. That's why I love this big brush. This big brush, it might be big and thin, but when I pull it down, it's going to keep that same line. It's not going to bunch up. And that's one of the great things. It's just like a nice little drawing line I can make. So that's the big thing. I have to mute you guys. Okay. I'm just going to mark things. I don't get that tight. And I must say, bringing it down just a hair. A lot of my dogs at this point are always going to look a little Scooby-Doo-ish. So, so don't. I will get it right. But at the beginning of all these paintings, I always feel like they're like a Scooby-Doo. I must say also when this is coming up and stuff, ears are always a funky thing with dogs. How long their ears are. Basically, these guys almost comes this his ear comes down to about his mouth, basically lines up almost with his top of his mouth here. So that ear always comes down so much farther than you think it does. I do, at least. Eyeballs are going to be just little things like this. Shades. Making sure I got enough shadow in here and highlight. And I can start to judge at it and go, okay, I might have to take this head up just a hair higher. I really can't go up any higher. So I have to bring the eyeball down. Eyeball down. That brings a little bit of everything else because his nose goes right, starts almost right in the middle of his eyeball. So that has to come down a little bit. And there, the nice thing about it, we only have to deal with one eye. Trying one of the toughest things on these guys in any portrait is getting those eyeballs to line up. I mean, feel like they line up, that one's not too high, one's not too low. It's always plain. That happens with dogs the same way when we're doing these things. So it's a given. Always going to be a little bit of a thing to watch. Okay, here's my W. Gonna make basically come down. It makes my W here. This is your here. It comes back. See how it comes down from here and just shoots down. Then there's other things here, but his neck ends right about a little bit too long, right in here. I tell you, the reason, this guy is white. There's a reason he is a white dog. They are cowards. They are cowards. They are not tough dogs. My wife is outside in the front porch, and we have cicada season going on here. Heavy duty cicadas coming after us every time, just flying by, flying in on you, scaring you a little bit. And that's what it did with her. It kind of flew on her, and the dogs are out there on the front porch, and their natural reaction was, okay, save myself. They were the first ones at the door, barking to get in. Real protective animals. So anyway, back haunches in these guys, yeah, definitely going to find nice little things here. The thing what we're going to be doing painting wise is we're going to be building this dog. We're not going to just put in the colors in the right spots and stuff. We got to build it. That's the only best way to get the fur and the water things to look right. You can't just put in the exact color in one spot, just like a color by numbers. You can't do that with these things. You'll have to build it. You have to see the colors underneath things. So I'm going to give him just a slight angle here. And it does come down to a little point right here in the middle. All this fur still keeps coming down. We got this one that's going to come down here. Not going to worry about the drips. The drips are, not important at this point. They're just going to carry any of that kind of stuff gets in the way. And this is almost like a little M right here. His legs on each side and that fur that comes down in the things. And it keeps coming down. It comes down a little bit farther. And that's what's in the water a little bit. You can see it right on the edge here. The legs kind of come into the water, but you can only see them for about a little bit. And that little bit pretty much is started because of a ripple. That happens right there. Ripple starts here, goes in here. Everything, water, even though that is pretty angular, is all built off arcs and stuff. So,
everything in the reflection of the dog, you know, it's going to be angled and have a little you know, the ripples are going to have a little angle to them. I mean, not angle, but points to them. They may be softer, rounder and stuff, but they do. Okay. In the water, there's only a couple really big things I want to hit. Make sure I get in. Yeah, you got the reflection that's going to come in here a little bit, right? Stops, you know, it ripples again, ends at the bottom here, comes down. I may tighten this up a little bit. I got to make sure I have enough at the bottom here to make sense. But these lines, these angles of the lines, this ripple here, the one that goes across here and runs into this other other wave right here. This wave here comes in and kind of goes back out. This is this wave right here, the top of that wave. Then the bottom swell of the wave. This has a slight arc to it. But then this line here comes back to the other wave that's gone past. And you can see that. And then you have the reflection, you have the waves, and then you have the shadow. You know, you got the dog shadow in here. It's coming in, it's showing on the bottom of the water. And that kind of, you just comes in here and comes out here. That's this thing. It's kind of a little greener, has a little more color to it. But these lines here for the waves are the big things to think about. This other stuff's not important, pretty much. All these little lines here, we'll put in at the end. They won't be too hard. Just figure out where things stop, and that's about right there. That's good. There are, you know, like I said, there are you know, houses back here. You know, but like I said, we're gonna try, just keep those subtle. Try not to make anything in this dark area water wise, even trees or anything. Don't give them that much information. Because they'll just come in here and they'll just gonna steal all your info, all this dog stuff here away. So keep it. It goes up a little bit more in the middle of his head. Okay. A little liner. Okay. So there we go. Got basic drawing. Like I said, I'll fix it up a little bit. You can start to see if some of my drawings off, which I'll fix it. Yeah. I do need to go up that. I can't go up any higher. That's it. Goes up any higher, everything else has to come down. This should start right at his nose, right there. Okay, close enough. Fix that. I'll fix everything else. It's all going to be moved around. Everything looks different, and as soon as you put color on it, all of a sudden all the shapes, you know, come forward, come back, and so we're not going to worry about this part anymore. Get that. The eye placement will be fixed. We will make sure we get that right. Starting off first, colors. Pretty much the way I laid them out. Phthalo green and alizarin. Phthalo green side. I'm going to start working that in here. These are going to be thin colors down in here when I get to the water. But in the back here, they're going to be pretty heavy. So phthalo green on, I'm going to put phthalo green on this side of this shape up here. And when I get over here, I'm probably going to go to more alizarin. Usually you say, warm comes forward and cool recedes. Phthalo green is definitely a cool color, right? So I'm going to start with a pretty heavy, almost pure color. But then when I get over this side of the dog, I'm going to switch to a phthalo green, or the alizarin side of the color. For this is just above the water, right on the water line above here. Since it turns into a purple like that, it recedes instead of, and the green comes forward because the green hits your eyes sooner. So that will give me depth. I'm just going to blend it, put in a little, bring the green over here a little bit, so it's not so purple. And I'll bring some of the purple over here so it's not so green. But that's the colors, the way I wanted to shift the painting. Just like this side's going to be on the cooler blues, so it's going to be on the reds. Or if I use purple, it's usually going to be closer at the bottom of the shapes. Right here. I'm going to bring, this is not the only colors going in here, these two, but they're the start. And I'm just going to touch this shape a little bit more in the dog shape. Okay, starting to get into the water. I'm still going to work. I'm going to be using these two colors still as my lot in here. When I get to the water area, I'm going to go to the basically phthalo green alizarin version. A little bit in here for the water. For the first shape of the water, just about that area. Just going to get it in there. Same on the other side. I might just do the same over here too. It's going to be thin. Talking about thin. It's a transparent color and stuff, but I want to keep the strokes basically going horizontal like this for this part. Same when I get down in here. I'm going to work a little bit of this, these colors. This is going to be on the phthalo green side a little bit. Into the shadows here. Thinking about the shadow area of the dog. Starting with a little phthalo green into this shape where I can see it. I'm going to warm. It's very thin. Okay, this is thin. A lot of oil yet, mixed in. I just want to get this shape in with a greenish red here. No white, just a touch of oil, just very thinned out. And I'm just brushing it out a little bit. It's mixing with the burnt sienna in here too, so it's warming up a little bit. Just trying to keep this area here light and transparent. But I don't want to see, pretty much don't want to see strokes yet. Okay. I might put a little red just in this area here. This back wave here. Yeah, I'm going to put a little more in underneath here too. You can see it's very thin. I can't say. A lot of it has to do with the oil that's already on the painting from the rubbing in. So, like I said, just trying to brush out those strokes a little bit so they don't mean too much. Start to catch some shapes. I'm going to start up just a little bit of this. This is that red, the red side into his chest. Not too worried about those M's and the W's I made. We know where they are. And I'm going to put this color, start this color. Just start these purples, warm purples, into the middle of the sky a little bit. I am thinning it out, thinning it out, thinning it out. Not using oil, but I'm just wiping it out so this brush just takes and softens this color up. And this is going to help me tell me where everything is, you know, where as I go, so I don't get lost. You know, these are my big darks here, my big lights. Simple areas here to fix up. Okay, as I get up here, I'm going to go back to that phthalo green side. And from the mouth, he's going to have a lot of green into his face. There's going to be a lot of golds and reds going over this. That's why that eye didn't really make that big difference yet, because I was going to wipe it out anyway and bring this orange green into this. I already have burnt sienna in here. So as you can start to see when you soften these things out, a lot of the stuff starts to work itself out really quickly. Get that. Got a couple of drawings in from. Okay. But I'm only working on this side of the dog. This back side, he's going to go in a little bit different direction because he needs to be a little greener, a little cooler, and things. So that's what we're coming up to next. And the next colors I got here are the oxide red, light, and phthalo green. I'm just going to touch it back here. This is where I thought it was going to go. Right back here behind his head. This is pure color again. I probably, that is on the green side. Should have been on the red side. Let me see. Yeah, I need to get to the red side sooner there. Green side on that side. So basically, I had two colors made up. And that's just basically for the water, right there. Trying to get rid of anything back in here. There are going to be, I will put in some things back in there, but there are just going to be little marks and indications, suggestions. Okay. So there we go. Starting to take shape. Oh, don't mess up. Good clean paint like that. Okay. Again, phthalo green, oxide red. I'm going to put a little bit into his muzzle here. A little bit of this warmth here. Totally different than the phthalo green side, the cooler side. This has a warmer red into it. Makes just does a totally different color with that green. You know, it's a little warmer, but I do see it a little bit over into this guy, into his back here. Definitely want to get some warmth. I'm going to have a lot of cools back there, back in here. And even I'm putting this phthalo green oxide red into this area here. When I put the next color in, the cooler colors on top of it, that's when I hope, you know, it will just glow. You know, even the tail. More on the red side. This is phthalo green and oxide red. This is on the red side. Right there. Just a little bit like coming back into its back haunches. And I'll work it over here a little bit into the lower side. As you can start to see, this red. I'm not, as you can see, I'm not even painting fur. You know, I forgot to do. I forgot to show you guys strokes, brush strokes in this thing. The ones we're going to want to use, but they come in at the end. I'll do something. I'll pull a piece up and show it to you what I want to do. Right now, I'm just using oxide red and phthalo green together to build the insides of the dog. Highlights, these are all transparent colors. The highlights, the lights, they're all opaque colors. That's why you work dark to light, because the opaque colors will go over these guys and do a little mixing, but they'll also be opaque. So you put any things in thin, put them in like this, and as they go, things will just work themselves out. I mean, the lights will just go over the darks easily. So get these darks in, really helps makes this thing work. Red on this side. I'm going to put a little red on that side. And then the little cooler greens back in here. Better. A lot of cool's going to go back in here. This is just into his shoulder area. And this is the front side here, coming down. And then into the water here. You might just get that area here a little bit heavier. Here. The one thing, the reason I do this, get the darks in here early and underneath everything, I'm looking for the colors, because when I start laying over, when you start laying that color on top of it, you know, you'll have your darks underneath. You're going to get the volume of the dog really easily. But if you have to go back in, you know, and paint these things, if you didn't do it this way and you had to go back in and paint in here and the darks and stuff, it just doesn't look right. It just always has a sore thumb look to it. Okay, this is the oxide red. I'm bringing that in here, starting to bring that into the legs here, the shadows into the water here. That guy should be there. This is that ripple there. I should have been a little bit lower. Gives me a little more room. I probably just made the dog just a little bit too long for everything. But a lot of times this stuff works out. Like I said, transparencies. You know, I don't want to see a lot of strokes, but I want to see, I'd see nice, interesting blends, but just because of the thickness and the thinness of the paint itself, you know, it's so transparent just by how it does build up in certain areas and stuff. So even if it starts off as a really red area, by the time you work it out, it'll become a green. That's just other things out. Then also think about the reflection straight down from this front side. Going to come straight down. And if you don't work it out, you can keep the red. You're going to need the red anyway. Everything just keeps getting a little multiplied as you go. Right now, I'm just working on, this little area here, shape-wise, just simple shape. Going back with a little more green in it as I come down. Can't tell, it doesn't look green yet. It looks a little more red showing through. Just work it out a little bit. And the green will start to pop. Then this shape's also looking at the waves, what the waves are doing to the shape. Where it's light, where it's dark. Might not be the bright warmth yet, but it is, helping me create the next shape. I got a lot of warms to add in here yet. A lot of colors to go in here. Just want to get things going in the right directions. That's all right here. I'm going to keep this a little tighter here because I'm thinking I want to stretch this dog out probably a little bit too long. He probably should have stopped here. Moved everything down a little bit. I just kind of don't want to miss this bottom part. That's the cool part. Just say that right there. Just mark it. A little too green, but that's good. Mark the sides here. All right. So that's basically I went through. Basically, I go through the colors just like that. I might thin this out a little bit here. This is the red part of it. Bring that in there. It'll probably be into that dark area here too a little bit. I'm going to switch to the next color. The next version of the colors are phthalo green and transparent oxide red. Now, the other one was light and has a little more red into it. This is transparent oxide red. And when I put it on here, I'm going to put it over some of these colors, and it's just going to create that warmth that wasn't there. And it's going to start working into the yellow areas. These yellow areas with a little thinness. When I get to that, might be a little rich right now, but we'll settle that down. Thinking about, these lines here coming across here from the waves. Everything just starts connecting in one shape. This is where that gold goes. I am on the yellow, I'm on the, not even on the phthalo green side of it, I am on the warm side of it. I like to get this color in here and in here. It goes in the insides of these waves really well. Really helps make these guys pop. So this wave here, this little wave here, starts off with a yellowish green here and goes into the purple. And one of the things you don't want to do is too many strokes, because you'll just create mud. You can get a good blend, but don't overdo it. If you overdo it, just keep going with it a little bit too much, it will just create mud. So I say quick blends. So you put it in there and you leave it. A little bit into here, a little bit there. So I'm thinning out my paint. My paint's, I'm not thinning it out, but I'm just putting it on spreading it out. I'm not spreading up. I am spreading it out. Yeah, this is on this again on the one side of it. Just trying to get a thin line of color. So I'm just taking a little bit of paint, really pushing it in these areas here, trying to get this tint of green going in there. As you can see, it is almost right. At least on my monitor, it is almost the right color. But I want to get this tint in there a little bit as I go. I'll be using this color for a little bit longer too here. Going into those back haunches, there's this, you got the shadow and the shade. You got the shadow and its reflection going in here. And it really shows up. As you get going in underneath in here. You want to take this into the dog too. Get this gold-ish color into the dog. It thins out. Pull that water in the dog together. Can you see a little burnt sienna in my colors? See a little more red into it. I bring it in here into the haunches. As I'm saying, I'm putting these colors in pretty simply. I'm not doing a lot of mixing, so you're not going to see me see a lot of these. I want to be able to see these purples. The stripe of purple right here, probably I can thin out a little bit more. I got a little heavy. I'll thin that out. But as I go up, I'm going to work it in the neck a little bit more, into these sides of the neck. Up here, side of his face. I'm really working thin colors. I got that cool green in there. So I don't want to just blast the green out of here. I just want to get a little warmth mixing in here lower. So I must say it's really soft touch. So you can still see the green in there and the phthalo in there. That one, this one's just a little bright. Let's shove this light in a little bit more. See that? That didn't do anything. Okay. So where was I? So working into the worms, getting those guys in. That's the outside. I'm still working on. Now I'm going to work in the water some more. I did water here, took it in here. I'm going to work on this side. I'm going to green. This is going to have the gold side in, so it's going to have a little more red, yellow in it.
Can you tell me if we're coming up on a potty break?
Sure, if you want to take a potty break, please.
I don't want to miss anything.
No worries. I'll slow down here for a second.
Hurry up, Gretchen.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing about doing these things. I have to hold it forever.
Right.
That's the thing is I don't even think about it. Well, then all of a sudden somebody says something, I go, "Oh my God!" Anyway, like I said, this guy, I'm going to work on this side, just keeping it warmer, just slightly warmer. Then I'll have this a little bit cooler. It will help, move this painting around and stuff to the side. We'll just start showing it. Just creates a twist in the painting. So we're going to be really interested. Let's see. Think she's back yet? No, she's probably still up there.
Thank you.
You're so spoiled right now, just saying.
I tell you, think you can just stop and take a potty break in the middle of this? That's okay. Okay, the colors now I'm going to switch around a little bit. This side I went with this is again transparent oxide and green. This is on the transparent side, and then this is on the green side. And so basically I just want to put in this water. It's just going to be this warmth at the edge of this water coming in. I can bring it down a little bit because I got to work this other colors into it. But I want these two colors are going to be all the lines that come down in here too. So, but I want to, so just want to make sure I don't have any marks, brush marks that are too strong in here. I kind of like to be able to take it from his nose and take it right off here. I don't want too many hiccups looking through in here too much. So a little bit more warmth right above his nose too. I'll bring it back in here. Just cheat it down a little bit. Just to see that warmth. Then you got the phthalo green showing through there we put in earlier. Same thing here. I'm going to put that more yellow up a little bit higher. It's make it a little more transparent. Rub it in a little bit here. We've got a few pokes and things here. Those are just going to be more silhouettes. They're just going to be like, those will be like vertical strokes. It's just some simple marks. You're going to get over here, you're going to get the line of the lake water showing through there too. A little bit of a line here I want to get rid of. Give it a little bit off there. It's pretty clean. Might be a little dark. Still got to put a little light greens in there. So right there, basically you put in the water and you almost got to block it. Almost. Clean my brush a little bit. Okay, I'm going to get most of the next few colors are the phthalo green and cad reds and the phthalo green and the cad oranges right now. Those are going to start popping this water. They're just going to start feeding into this water. They're going to be all the yellow and orange stuff in this water and here. So it's good to have these darks in here, a little placement. I might have gone a little light on this one. Feeling like this one here could have shadow could go a little bit darker. Because that kind of is another pointer into the painting. The shadow here. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. All right. So I'll be going with this. First one up is going to be the phthalo green, cad orange, cad red. But it's on the green side, but it's a lot of red into it. So it's just more like a warm red brown, kind of a lighter version, light thing. Because of the red is opaque, we are starting to get into your opaque colors. So these guys are going to start getting into places into the chest here. You can't see it. This is too dark. But Kind of start getting into the chest areas of his thing coming up and working in. And like I say, when I put this color in, I'm not trying to push the other colors out of the way. I'm trying to just get it in here to tone this area without, just blasting over all the purples and greens I put in there. I'm not trying, because you do that, it'll end up looking a little muddy. But we do have a lot of cleanup colors coming in at the end. This color here, definitely if you want to start putting in that W area here, you want to start putting it in. This on the front side of it would be good, into the mouth. And then on the back side is the other side. I call them W just because it makes a W shape, right? A nice strong W. Now we'll look over here and just, there's always these spikes. Right now, I did not show you, basically, how I make spikes and stuff like that. I will in a minute. Working this green out. Now I can start to work it into this guy a little bit more, just to has a little warmth. I'm going to go to the red side. I'm pretty much done there. And think about the red side. It had green mostly down in here. But there's a couple really places. This is on the red side, phthalo green and alizarin. This is one of my killer colors, I must say, in the paintings. It is just a beautiful brown, red brown. Great for horses, great for a lot of dogs' colors. Good one to build off of. And it just goes great with this, the green side. Really helps to lock this guy down with the green area more heavily down here. And the red up there just really stretches your painting out color-wise. Okay. Well, I'm going to go back to the green just for a second. Put it in his ear. Bottom of his ear, start off as green. I want to look this shape about halfway up into a green, probably about a little more there. I like to get the green and then come back with the red on top. A little bit higher and bring it back in, and then just have this gradation into it. Cad red is just one of those colors I just love because it's a great transition from light to dark. I usually put it in a lot of the light right above the dog's head line. If you stare at this dog, stare at that line, you're going to see a little vibration of red, cad red, right above that white. And I always put it in there. Just has that transition of light to dark to helping you see around things. And burnt sienna probably can do a lot of what I'm doing right now too. But that's cheating if you do that. I'll tell you, that's really cheating. You're not going through it. Okay, I'm going to work the red. This is a red still. Just in his face, into his jawline here, coming up. These are opaque colors. These lights I put in here earlier, just placements to mixes. I don't want heavy paint. I want kind of these guys to glow together. So even my brush stroke is going to be a thin and release. So you get a little bit of red going into these colors, but you still want the green to show up. I'm wiping off the colors. It's going to be very thin because there's still a lot of colors that are going to come in here. But this red, you're going to find maybe on the, a little bit more on the green side. Right here in this line right below the highlight is muzzle. Right in here, you're going to see a little bit more of that color coming up against this side here. This arc into his eye. Like I haven't even placed his eyeball. I mean, I haven't placed his eye. Because there's no eyeball. There's no reason to jump to it. I do want to keep that area clean. Basically because I want to be able to go to a dark without having it too messed up with the colors I'm putting in right now. And I'm trying to get a few more darks in here. Okay. Might go back. See if this. Usually in the creases of things, you're going to find a red. So, that being said, you know, when you get creases in between the dog and the fur and stuff, this crease is just going to be a warm. And usually it's on the red side. I haven't done his muzzle yet. I just got a little bit green in there right now and stuff. It's going to be a lot of blue going into that muzzle. And we got some colors coming out here, got here, but it's starting to take shape pretty well. I want to just hit this area here. Now it's going to just put in the water really quick. This is Cadwood orange and phthalo green. This is on the cat orange side. I got those, I have all these transparent oxide and phthalo green in here. This on the transparent oxide side. Now this is the orange version. This is going to just pile on top. And I want to do quick mixes. I want to hit with this color at full strength in my brush. I want to hit the big things first. I want to make the color, put it in cleanly, because it's going to, as I work it, it's going to darken. So back in here, underneath the dog, is some of the cleaner areas I'd like to start with. So I'm going to start my color pretty clean and potent back in here and start to get these lines. This is starts to be opaque. Right here, this orange right here behind the tail. I will, those little areas, and then as I move down here, I'm going to get right here to right in here underneath between his legs and this area here. It's definitely a lot red, not as yellow red as that. It's more this color. And just get this shape here. It's just a smush of the shape. And that's when I was saying the brush is going to start picking up some color. It's not going to be pure anymore. And it's going to work out really well for when I have to come over here and make these softenings of these darks here with this color. So this is just phthalo green and cad orange. I was using it as it mixed to do all a lot of this binding colors things here. I'm getting as much done as I can with that color before I go back and clean it up and take new color. Right now, I haven't used white in my paints. So Now I'm going back with pure color, pure phthalo green to get this area here, or phthalo, yeah, phthalo orange and green. I'm going to push this color to, it's going to come a lot closer to the color it should be. One of the things is, what it does, because I am using an opaque color, I'm going to start being able to get these little changes in the water section and stuff. One of the things is I can build it up. When I build it up, it becomes what it should be. And I'm just going to touch it. This little section here, I'm just going to touch. I'm not going to do much to it. Just drawing a straight down over it. A little more paint as we get into the shape. Leave the rest. Now it's just a little dirty. I can get this one part right here. And all of a sudden, you know, these shapes are just going to blend together. A little too much there. Red back in here. Just blend these shapes together, but keeping just the edges of the shapes, not really shapes, just the outside edges a little bit, just a couple spots in between. Make sure that even that orange is not, and that red on the outside of that orange, and red coming back into here. Okay. You know, I didn't really take this purple a little bit too far. It's almost too late to put it in, right? Okay, let's leave it. I have to put it in a little more opaque then. Okay. I'm going to put in the phthalo green version of this orange. And I'm putting that right on the top edge of this wave. And it only comes in about halfway to the shadow, kind of comes over this thing. I'm just taking that edge, bringing it right down. And I'll have to work out a little bit more purple. I'm going to bring some orange into the bottom of the shape. Push that back up. So you get clean my brush, run it one more time, run the two together. So it's green on top, orange in the middle. Should probably a little more red at the bottom, probably. But then it goes into blue. So I'm just going to be going around these areas here and shoving in some warmth into these little areas here. That's again just cad red, phthalo green into that area. I did use, going to bring the orange back into here too, but getting these little shapes and stuff, I don't have to be perfect on those guys, but they, you know, they have a lot of legs and arms to them, you know, these shapes. And so I do wanted to, just want to touch that green up a little bit. A lot of times, just by touching it, you can create a lot of texture dead is underneath that water and stuff. I'll put a little more red in this. Should be a little bit more red. Okay. Well, we finally painted all without white. So everything in here, well, almost. I still got the red. I'm going to paint the dog's face a little bit, nose and stuff. We're going to work pretty much the rest on this nose. The color I'm using here is oxide red and blue. I skipped over the alizarin and the blue areas. And I'm going with this oxide red and blue. Get his muzzle. Blue on the inside, outside, backside, a lot of that. And then I'm going to go with the red version for this other side of the lip and into the nose. Mostly that nose is oxide red and blue. And it should be on the red side. It's just really close to it right there. I'm going to steal a little more red, warm red into it, and right in here. Oh, too big a brush for that job. That's where I am. I want to use too big a brush for most of the work because that will force me to make better shape designs. Okay, eyeballs. I'm going to start off with these colors. And I'm going to twist it on down. Hold it in one spot, twist it on down. That should be on the red side. And I'll bring back the blue for the outside of the eyeball, or outside of the ear design. Then a little phthalo green, the top part of the eye. I'll look for the more phthalo green right in here too. And start to get a little bit more darks in here. I'll bring back that oxide red and blue mix. Put it back in this ear again, this ear. Just needs to go orangier on the outsides too. So more cad red will be going in the top area of this ear. As you get up into this area, as it wraps around its way up here. This line, I'm not sure if I'm off on that line yet or not, but I do need to get a little bit red. So I'm going to take that cad red and phthalo green mix. Just get this other hint of the eye and thing there. Put it up here a little bit into the head. So that is that warmer color. And get it in the top of the muzzle shape. Look for any few other places here that comes down. Okay. look for it over here too. Just not going to be as strong over here on the cooler side on his hips and stuff. Going to be back finding it in here a little bit. I didn't put it in this one. Sorry. Forgot to put it in this part of the W that goes back into his head, going up here into his jowls, underneath here a little bit. And just touching these guys, just softening down, bringing down that muzzle a little bit more with this red. Hopefully I'm going to be able to get in another color into this area here when I start getting into a few of the lighter versions of these colors. They're just going to start to glow. All right. Since I'm in the mid colors, they're going to start glowing. I'm going to put these guys in. I'm going to put them in really quick. Then we'll take a break. That will help, if you have potty breaks and stuff like that again. So this will help out in the back end. This is a phthalo green and alizarin mix on the green side. Just want to get some of this into this area here. And it comes into his body here too, into this side of his legs and stuff. So getting this cool green in here and into his back legs. I might have to push that back. It looks a little long. Should be probably about there. Move everything back there a little bit. I think that's where it got lost. That's a little bit longer line here between that and that wave. Like missing a few things there. Good. It's probably still too long. Probably way too long. But that's where a digital check will help me tell, get those little things right, where I don't go over too much of this and make these beautiful strokes and then say, oh, it's too low. All right. I'm going to speed through here. I don't need to do a lot more of these colors. Just a few of these warmer greens have to go in here. This is oxide red and blue green here with white now. And I'm going to be looking for it to get this shadow area here and into some of the reflections. So that's a really lot of green in here. There's a little warm green too. We'll find it really good right in this little spot there. Really nice spot around this one wave here. Kind of glows. Again, just all this stuff just kind of blends together. I'm going to warm up, get the bottoms of some of these waves here a little bit. And again, so you can see I'm pretty thin. This color thinned out would probably be really nice in this area too. Okay, so I'm gonna have to get to the blue. I'm gonna have to get to the blue really quick here too. Where that one, I'm just gonna put in a couple dashes in this yellow, white, or this is cat orange and field green mixes. And you're gonna find green, field green, and cat orange with white. Really good in here. And this is on the green side, in fact. Green side on top. But then it kind of goes to a little bit more yellowish version, the yellow version, the other warmer version, as we get farther down in the painting. But as this color mixes with other colors, it's going to come in really handy at some spots. It's a nice little point into the painting. So look for it over here, and then got the green in here. Just a few soft blends at the top. And orange side. Missed the spot. All right. Let me see about how are we doing on time? It's 1 o'clock. Okay. Give me another 15 minutes and I'll put in these I'll put in this water real quick, the blue water in here. And that'll be a great place to take a break. I'm gonna start with purple. This is phthalo green and purple. This is the blue red side. Starting low because I want to keep the good clean paint in this section pretty clean, and then I'll let it dirty up a little bit when I get down here. As it dirties up, it just becomes almost perfect for these little areas in here. Starts to make these ripples light. Really nice. So keeping it clean. I'm probably gonna have to darken it in a little bit, but I'm gonna take it all the way back to the green back in here. And keep it as clean as possible until I get it, and then I'll just do a quick blend up. Keep the line a little higher. About there. Just a little bit more paint. I'm not going to put the lines because when you put those lines in, that's pretty much it, right? Okay. Leftover paint. Actually, on this cool side, definitely catch a little bit more, mid-tones starting to come in here on his back and haunches here. But then on the blue side, this is going to be pretty much on the blue side. Top of this guy. Just going to drag it down and create the top of this edge of this line here. Just a hair more richer. So I'm going to add just doesn't have to be that light anymore. A little more phthalo green into it, right into this area here, just right on the line. This thing seeing a little more alizarin is right here on this line right here too. Just a little bit of red. So, and I'll just get these other sides, same colors, just keep them coming. I have to pick in a few things, but not much. Yeah, the synthetic, it just really works out well for this kind of stuff. But we're going to be going to a bristle brush real soon when we start getting into some of this fur and things like that. And these are just always going to be little adjustments. Now, I do this and I want to keep this paint pretty clean in here before I make any of these little marks. I love these little marks. I don't want to put those in too soon. I'm really always kind of holding back on that kind of stuff. I'm just going to mess up a little bit of area here. I'm going back with alizarin and blue, in fact. Pretty high key. And mixing up this side a little bit. Picking up a little bit of this turmoil that's going on in here. And the same on the other side, probably just a little bit more blue on this side here. Coming down. A little darker right there too. I'm going to be using oxide red and blue here. working that into that color I put in here. Just create some ripples. Okay. Oh, I got a bunch of. I didn't do the top part. Now I go back with the lizard and phthalo green for the top part. I can start to see where my drawing was way off. It's okay. I'll catch it. That's the thing, is I'll catch it. It's not going to go anywhere. It's more important to get these colors in nice and clean, and then worry about shapes as we go. Nice clean area. Find a couple good clean areas of paint. And then as I get up here, I'm just going to swoosh some in real quick. Because this is going to push it up a little bit more. Don't want it right there at the jawline. I want it got to be above it. The line has to be above this jawline. I don't want it even with the jawline. Clean my brush, grab paint. One good clean line here through it. Okay, now to do a couple of these, since I got this color, I'm also just do the water reflection from this side going in. And then over here, I got the boat and some things over here. These guys I really don't worry too much about. This is when a good brush like this, I can put in a couple lines and get a lot of the same kind of textures that are going on. In there. I don't want to make too much of anything up back here. There'll be a little bit, but not going to be a lot. I'm going to put a little bit of blue too on this side coming up. You know, this is what's going to be here. This is again just that warmer blue. This is oxide red and blue. It makes a nice smoky blue. Catches the bottom of the ripples here and coming up. And then when you put in all the other colors that go on top, just layering these colors, layering. As you get done layering them, you know, one color on top of the other, pretty much it just comes together at the end, right? You know, that's just the way it goes.
James, are you using medium at this point with every brush stroke?
Tell you the truth, not really.
No.
Well, let me see. Yes, I am. I'm putting them in, barely touching anything. I got hardly anything left. But yes, okay. I guess I am.
Okay.
But just not by much. I use very little.
So your brand of paint, does it generally have more oil in it than other paints?
It is not. Yeah, it is creamy. It is not. You know, it's not stiff. It's more of a buttery feel to it. And I don't need a whole lot of oil, but I do, I do when I oil up the canvas like this and get this stuff in here. That helps the paint go on. A lot of times I don't even think about how much that I'm dipping my brush in oil. Usually, after this is what happens now. This painting is finally now accepting paint the way it should, because I got enough paint on it that when I do make these marks, there's going to be some instant blending, creaminess to it, the colors, and it's going to stay in some places, and I'll be able to, have the pressure of my brush really working. And it's the key thing, is being able to, push it in there and lighten it, thin it out, and let it go. So right now it's just really starting to, I can make a mark, or I can make a soft mark. Before, all I could do is transparencies and thick, thin. But now that there's finally enough paint on the painting, it works out. Okay. I'm gonna say the background I can keep going on. I don't want to put in the lines yet till I know this drawings, everything's pretty right. I'm not putting a line right, overworking things. It's kind of so always head me that. I'm gonna switch to my bristle brush. I'm just gonna throw in a few minutes. Just gonna throw in the highlights into his face. And I use a bristle brush for these kind of things because they almost act like the dog's hair. And I found that a filbert bristle has just a little round edges to it, and it's trimmed out right. This guy really mimics dog's hair really well. So what I'm going to do here is just put in his highlights into the side of his head here, over here, a little warmth back in here, and in the highlights here, and then his head. His eyeballs, I'm not worried about. They got to go darker and be precise. So I'm going to go a little bit warmer on the yellow side. What I like about a bristle, and when I put strokes in, I'm not putting them right now. I'm always giving myself just a hair of space between strokes. And that's what usually makes that thing through. Okay. This is what I was talking about, touring your brush, making the flicks and stuff. These are some flicks and things like that. This is a good point for it. Especially when you come down to this thing, when you want to do a lot of dog marks in hair, wet hair and stuff. They are a thing where you lay your brush flat and just basically twist it down and twist it off. That's all I do for making these marks in the neck. But I give them a space in between each stroke and feed them in there. You have to pick out the ones that go in front and the ones that go in back, of course. And then just flick it out. You can do it a lot of different ways too. I mean, if you want to build it straight and then create it down to point two, but I usually like to do it with one stroke. I put this in a little bit light too, so just trying to show you guys that. This color probably should have been, right in here. I'll do these W's. Call them W's, but whatever. I'm using probably that's oxide red and yellow on the yellow side. I want to find that whole midsection here. You know, I brush and just bring it down and then just twist it off till it comes to point. Let me try again on the other side. Twist it off smaller. This one was better. Okay. A lot of things when I do get to this point, whenever I do a finishing stroke, it's a twist off for the fur. Just a simple twist off. Or just put a little bit of warmth or reds back here on the back end with some of the pinks. Okay. A little blue in there and then some green too. Back edge. Now I can start to push it into place color-wise, value-wise. It was just a hair, you know, start. But I want this color to vibrate through it. So even with greens and stuff, I might push a little more green in a few spots before I get to the final highlight. Finish up here. I didn't really make up a yellow red. Yellow white I should have mixed up. A little bit more yellow. Maybe ochre and white. That's the color I did mix up yellow, ochre and white. Yeah. Yep, yellow, ochre and white. Okay, like I said, I would probably clean out my oil at this point. Now this color is basically going to get up here into the ear and come back down. Trying to get the color in there cleanly before it touches, you know, hits the other paint. I'm gonna run this. This is ochre and white. I'm gonna run it into this shape here, just to soften that color because it gets a little strong. That shadow color I put in here. Push it back down so it doesn't look like a bruise or a goofy shape. This will also go right into the, not much paint there. Probably go right in between his eye. Two. Now I go back. Now I go into my pinks. You know, my hierarchy things. These last ones I made up. I've got a lot of colors here. I'm not probably going to end up using. These are alizarin and white. Alizarin white, and it has just a yellow into it. Like I said, kind of jumping the gun here on this. You see we're running late. All right, let me just do this front part. You see this pink, right? The front nose. I think it's the warmer one. This is cad red and white. Let's take it right to the tip of the nose too a little bit. Probably doesn't go quite that far. I'm also going to use this as again cad red white, really high key. Get this spot here, that little triangle of light red right there. It's almost just a touch too white. I'm gonna add just a little bit of red to it. It's not too bright. Get the shape a little bit better. You know, it goes here. There's a hump here. Then the back hump is on the cooler pink side. This right here. On the edges, right there. Doesn't really show up too much. Okay. Done all of that. Then I'm going to go with my yellow white. Put it right in the middle of this shape. I put that pink in. Now I'm going with the yellow white right in the middle of that shape, putting it in. It becomes hot, becomes really hot, becomes the whole thing. Now to really set off the warmth, I'm going to come in with a little bit of blue, white, and I'm going to hit this in a few top areas here. Really get hot out. This is pretty much the only place I use this color. Right here in the ear, but I don't need it that strong.
I can't quite see any differentiation in the very top. Could you repeat the?
Here, I'll bring it in. Even the glare is going to show.
Yeah, it's so light.
Yeah, a lot of glare in it. Okay, basically, I put pink, warm pink, in the front areas.
Yeah.
That is cad red and light and white.
Yeah.
In the back line, I put alizarin white, which is a cooler pink, on that back line. In the middle section, I put cad yellow and white in that section.
Okay.
And then I came back with the cool white of the blue and white into little sections of it that I see right in about here, right in here, almost like where a bone pick sticks out.
Okay.
And that just is what happens. That just naturally picks out, kicks out a highlight. So at this point, what I do, I don't, a lot of things are still in flux. I mean, I usually would draw it out fully, but we need to take a break. But during that break, what I'll do is do a little quick digital check on this thing for you and show you how digital check works when we come back, and go through it a little bit more, a few things more about how do I fix it. And then tomorrow I'll be going through it and doing a lot of the little refinements. and stuff. Most of it you see down in here. I won't be. This is just a lot of the stuff in the water, just a little bit of softening. That's all that is. This is where the drawing part needs to pop out, right? So right now we'll take a break. I'm just going to take a picture of it, square it up, and see how it goes. So I have to grab my other phone.
Thank you.
No worries. Take a break. Go do your potty.
Yes, it's coffee time.
And coffee time. If you can get a coffee in, good grass. But this is what I'll be doing. I'm just going to get in front of this thing. The iPhone. This is the one. What the only good thing about this photographing thing with the iPhone is you can get a quick shot of it, pretty squared up, pretty easily because it's the monitor is big enough. Square it up pretty good. This is all I want. It's just a nice squared shot, equal around all the sides. You know, that means I don't have any perspective problems or things. So, okay, so 15-minute break. Come on back, get your coffee. Come on back, and we'll be ready to go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Jim.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. I left for lunch and then I came back and I'm starting this up and I have all the wrong colors, but well,
You know, you always have all the wrong colors, but then you come back and you change them up and you catch them right.
so we'll see.
All right. Here, I'm just
This is
gonna get this last one set up. I'm gonna turn my monitor back.
it's beautiful already. Oh my gosh.
I can always count on you. Thank you.
Well, no, I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it.
Well, you're nice. You're nice. Thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's amazing, isn't it?
It's always fun. These I
what
love.
what you can do with a dog, right?
Yeah, yeah. I appreciate that. I love having you having you on here, Lynette. You're always great to have.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm sometimes I have to leave early, but doing that horse, I'm just excited about that now. I want to go back to it.
You did a great job. You have a great start on that. Yeah, I know. You know,
Yeah,
I'm really impressed.
It's a beach scene.
Another beach scene. Oh man, I know. Hey, you painted beach scenes pretty fast at the end. When you want to, you can get out. You want to get out of there. You paint pretty fast.
Okay.
Anyway, well here we're. I know I said 15 minutes. I'm not sure if I took 15 minutes or not. So
yeah.
if everybody's back, I can. I'm just going to show you what I did digitally check here, and on this one, I just sent it to myself over here. Okay. Like, all right. This is that painting back there behind me. And what I did is I did a drawing of it in Procreate, just a line work. That's all I want. And when I put this over the painting I did so far, you can see where things are going. I didn't do the water. I don't care about the water background. Basically, I just want to make sure, eyeballs and things are in the right place. So this is what I'll do. The blue line indicates where things should be. Ears. I don't care too much about ears. I don't worry about ears either because they're moving. It's not that important, but it's mostly catching the shape. As you can see, I did pretty well. I mean, I did pretty well. Line work, wow, I did really well. I thought that line was off.
Now I can,
basically that little spot on the top of the head needs to be nudged up. Little nose went out just a hair too far.
Oh,
I missed the muzzle by a hair.
wow.
I started getting these hairs in the right areas and pretty good. Of course, they're way too light, but I don't worry. I'm not too worried about those. I put them in once. I can put them in again. Back
Wow.
end's good. Tail's sorted in the right position. I feel good about the back end. Legs coming down. I went a little long. This is where I was talking about. I kept pushing things back. Yeah, I went a little long in the front end there, which is I might change, just because there's a couple little lines. It does make a difference. It'll be different. I don't have to be perfect, but you can start to see. Sometimes you get away from things. You can start to see how things start to reflect and go together. The green's always going to jump through on these things. So let's go back here. Okay, eyeballs. That's the biggest thing right here, is getting this eyeball in here. I'm going to blow it up. It's pretty big here. To get that in, you can see I got to nudge a few things, and put some paint in there. What I can do, I can use all my paint strokes, all the color changes, areas, basically as a roadmap to where I have this shape has to be pushed back or changed to. You can see right in here. Yeah, I got to bring that highlight down here down on this side, and bring it in. Like I said, the nose has to be up a little higher and a little longer here a little bit. So those are the little teeny things. I mean, they're not huge, but this also tells me exactly where I can change things. A lot of this stuff you think looks big here, but when I'll get there, I'll find out it's probably just a half brush stroke push. That's all it is. Just a smoosh. Too far, too little. I don't care too much about the neck. I'm pretty impressed that I hit these lines. So I'm good to go, basically. Yeah, if I want to move that ear down, I know exactly where to push it down, because it just has to come down to these other marks right there behind here. They just got to come down to right here. Now, that's a pretty easy mark. And then this got to come down to here. Everything else, I got to figure out that eyeball, but that's an easy one. Compare everything else.
These close-ups are helping us to see the colors really well.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. We can see it now.
When you get to these whites up here, they burn out. And these guys, I pushed them back a little bit so I could see these lines a little cleaner. So it's probably just a hair brighter than this, but you can see this is where I was talking about layering in the pinks in front, the warmer pinks in the front, around the front eyes and the front of the nose, and the cooler pinks on the back side of the head, and then the yellow in between, and then the bright blue white, really in your highlight spots, because it is almost like a white, but has blue in it, which will really make the yellow scream a little bit. Without using white, we can really get a better effect on our painting. So this is just a little bit of things to noogie around. I'm gonna spend about the rest of this class just working his face a little bit, probably about a half hour, just getting it to into the positions to make it work and make it come out. So I'll be working on the nose, the eyeballs, just pushing around. Only, like I said, 45 minutes to 6 hours, something like that. Then tomorrow, I'll do this on my own, but I'll have this running and I'll be doing the same spiel. And I'll be doing a lot of more of the final work and stuff on it. So hopefully, we will be there soon, very quickly. So I want to bring it in. I don't want to bring it in too close. This camera does not focus really great at a close distance. I think right about there is about as close as I can get. There is no zoom on this stuff, at least for me. So sometimes it gets a little soft. All right. So what I have now up on my screen over here is I have both heads. I have the digital check head, and I have his original head right next to each other. And this really comes in handy when you got to paint somebody else's dog. I tell you, when you have to make that look just like somebody else's dog, this is a really great way to do it, to really check yourself in the middle of a painting or at the end of a painting to make sure things are work out right. I trust my drawing. I knew I was going to be really pretty close with this one, but I can see a few little things I would like to just fix. So I will be bringing out again my bristle brush and just pushing out a few things, like the back of this head here comes out just a hair farther. So again, I'll be going with a cool pink, white, and it's only just this one little spot here. I did not go up any higher. That's a great thing. Is the painting, always a little weird, just trying to get it to a certain height without rechanging everything. I'm going to look in here. I'm going to get his, other eye side here, just that socket pushing in there. Let's see. And let's see. Okay. So that's right. A little bit on the nose. I did pretty good on that angle. I'm happy with that. Basically, I just missed this little bit of, there's a little bump right here. It goes right before the nose, hits the nose, and then the nose comes out a little bit more. And it's pinker too. It's not quite the white. I went a little long on the nose. So good synthetic I should have out anyway. Right now. Push that nose back a hair. Okay. Then I'll just build out his muzzle a little bit. This is again with just blue and oxide red coming in here just to square up this bottom part. Like I said, missing it just by that much, right? About like right here. So sometimes this is might be a good time to take out this and just peel off that blue. That way when I put in the color, I can get it in a lot cleaner before I mess up. Just muzzle comes down just a hair more. I had a good line for the top part though. And then then I can start making some color changes. Pretty much that's it. I was pretty lucky. That's a nice color. That is oxide, transparent oxide, and cat orange. That's a good color for a lot of this stuff. When you get to these darks, I saw it in the ear here. And I said his ear basically comes down to here a little bit. Fix that in there a little bit. Okay. All right, so let me get this part of this muzzle right here, and then I'm going to lighten it up underneath. That comes pretty much even, dead even, a little bit just even with his eyeball. I did not put in his eyeball because I had too big a brush, and I had bristle brush. I didn't want to put them in with those. I want to put them in with a synthetic. I want to put them in with cleanly. So I'm going to start off with Lizard Crimson and Blue for this, for the eyeball. And it's dark in there. It's already dark in there. I'm pretty good. Basically, all I got to do is just really put this lizard in there, in that area. And it's just a hair darker than everything else, right? Then I put just a little bit of cad into that alizarin. Just a little bit of warmth. Cad red into this alizarin mix. Straighten the brush out. And I dab right in the middle of that section I just did. Just put a little bit of warmth right in the middle of that eyeball. You know, that'll work. That eyeball comes out. Again, now I just got to go back in and put in some blue where I see it. I know you guys can't see that at all. I'll bring it. You can barely see it there. I can barely see the warmth in there, but it's supposed to be subtle. It's not supposed to jump out at you. So. Just going to be putting in now, back in a little bit of this kind of stuff. Right. More greener on this one. For a good synthetic like this, these rosemaries come in handy just for making a thick to thin like that. Now all this stuff here, God, is way I put in quickly, just kind of threw it in there. Way too dark. It's way too light. Way too light. So I'll have to fix that. But that being said, I'm gonna work up here a little bit, like I said, in the head, putting in some warmer of these oranges and stuff we made into this things right here at this temple area. dogs, right from the corner of their eye out back here, the ear usually has a bump there, and so it's always going to catch a little bit more light and shadow right there. A little red right here underneath is right by the eye socket, edge of the eye socket. It's going to catch a little bit of warmth. And then maybe I didn't miss it too much. What did I got there? Oh, I did miss that part. I did. Now I'm just going to work in some greens, red greens into these cooler areas of the face. These are some green. This is a oxide, transparent oxide red and phthalo green with white in it. And number 7, I'm using right around his eyeball here. Probably going to work that a little bit warmer side now. Back into this muzzle a little bit. Definitely, I always had a synthetic out. And that mark there was just telling me no. Should be a bristle brush. Should look a little cleaner. Shouldn't blend too much. So we're using a lot of the mid-tone greens and things back up in here. This is cad red and phthalo green I'm using here. This is on the cad red side with just a little bit of white in it. And that makes that just flip of the ear basically, work out color wise. Pretty nice. I think I can use it for the basic start of some of these. I don't want to get into the details of this thing. I try to always I try to make them simplified, because if I don't, they would just eat you alive. Details will eat you alive. So I'm always on the simplification of the side. Let's see, I can tell myself really only missed this about that. His face. Anyway, a lot of stuff I want to keep soft. When you get to this point, you want to most of the edges on the dog you want to keep soft. Okay. You need to dig in here a little bit. Get his nose right. Just get it some. Got a lot of white in here. His nose, they're going to bring back up a lot into that edge. A lot of white in there, so it'll take up a lot of my paint. And I'll get his nostril in. So again, I'm going to put it in with blue and oxide red on the blue side. I want to get this skin of his nose in here, the front side, in that. And then the top edge onto the red side. Okay. And as I did with the, this seems like it's really dark. I'm going to warm it up just a little bit more. Yeah, it's really dark. But now I'm going to go in with the alizarin in blue and just put it, mark the nose, nostril, just like I did with the eye. Straight color, just a touch of oil on my brush. It's very tip of my brush gets oil. Just enough. I don't want it to run. I just want to grab paint because it will just give me one good clean mark for a nostril. And difference. One there, and there's just a hint of one back in here. And then the nostril come around here. Right here, you get the fat part of the nostril. And then all of a sudden, you can't do anything more. One good clean mark. That's all you get. Now that line, you can barely see it, but it's just that line that creases the nostril, comes on one side, the other. This comes out a little bit longer. I'm going to come in with some warm green into this part of his eye, or some of the hairs here.
I'm sorry.
Nope, I'm done.
The eyelashes, what, did you use a cobalt for the eyelashes?
Cobalt and the eyelash up here.
Yeah.
No, not I did put a little bit blue cobalt and alizarin together right here above his eyeball. Not really for the eyelash. That eyelash is more in the phthalo green side. Here, let me put it in. Now, to put that in, I got all these darks in there. You do need a sharp brush. So a synthetic, good synthetic is great. This one just has a couple bad hairs in it. I need a newer one because I need that really cut look. I'm just going to put it in this color. I'm going to put it in just on the green side of oxide red and phthalo green, number 7 to a number 7. I'm just going to barely touch my brush in oil, just a tip. Barely get some in there. Then grab the paint. You do that, you can put it in here. I got to get in front of it. I'm just going to just basically touch straight on with the brush tip. And pull it out. And that's all you have to do. That green, though, also is going to come in here into the muzzle. area. It's going to lighten up this area line. And you're going to start finding it here. So that's you know, I want this is some of these colors you just wouldn't expect to come into this thing, but when you start playing with it, you start to see them. I put it right here on this edge, right between where that kind of cowlick happens between his, you know, eyeball hair and the nose hair hit. There's just a little teeny spot there, and that this is again, you can put this. Might be just a hair dark. I mean, lighten that just a hair to bring out the blue in this color. Maybe just a little too blue. There we go. And then over on the other side, just a speck of a line usually. That's the thing is, a lot of the stuff is just going to be just barely for marks, just marks more than anything else at the end. So I'm going to get a little more light on this spot. And that is reflective light from the sky. So yeah, it's just a little coolness to it. So I'm just using a little phthalo green alizarin mix right there to lighten that spot. Lighten this underneath here, these orbital sockets. I'm going to use that there too. I'm just tired of playing with that. Lighten that up a little bit better. Yeah. And then his nose, just his highlight. That's a really nice pink, red pink highlight. It needs to come from blue and cad, or the blue and oxide red mix. It's going to have just a little more oxide red in it and then white. When we just be able to see that red side of it for his nose. This is the tip of his nose. So it just has just a little more lip in the highlight too. I can't remember what I'm doing here. Right here, the little stroke. There. Fairly little highlight here. Just the tip of that nostril. I said blue. One more time. There you go. And then on this side, the same thing. Just the bottom of the nostril. Just get a little spot of it, edge of it, just to get that fleshy part of it. Usually, just that's enough to do it. Okay, fun. Okay, let's see. Like I said, so these guys in here, I think I'm going to live with them for now, but I think I put them in way too light. And I think a lot of my colors over here, I probably could have pushed a yellow a little bit more into these areas here, for I could have. I didn't have enough yellow areas, so a couple of these colors could have went a little bit longer on the yellow sides to help out this area here. This kind of little things, the back edge here. Okay. What else you guys want to see today? You want to see? I feel good about the lines. I could put the lines in for you, and then we'll be done.
Yeah.
And I think this stuff let me lighten this up a little bit more.
You asked the question, what else could you do? Come over
Yeah.
to my house and fix mine.
And fix yours. Okay, I'll be right over. Okay.
I was thinking the same thing, Lynette.
Well, you guys, come on. I know you two. Well, this has a lot to go for it. I mean, the highlights back in here, these are going to be a little bit cooler whites. I probably could mix, I probably have everything I need for them right here with, let's see, these are some of the cooler fur colors I made up. Alizarin and some of the yellow ones and stuff here at the end with white in them. Pretty much can do all these highlights in these guys. The tail, I'm gonna put it in cool. All right, the tail. Bristle brush. Don't put it in with the synthetic. Put it in with the bristle brush. Don't be stupid. Listen. I'm talking to myself. Listen to myself. Don't jump the gun. I mean, sometimes you just go with the brush you have in your hand and just go with it. And then you go, doggone it. I will put in the lines in a second. I just want to put in the tail. Because the tail, I want to get some of that red in showing through. And right now it's on the brown side. So this is, it goes up to there too. Okay. So I want to get a little bit of reds and oranges in here because I want to get those guys to show through here and come in and play well. Get them to work here a little bit. All right. So that's always the thing. Trying to get, your colors underneath each other before you put your highlights on. It's the only way it really works well. Again, this color I'm going to mix up here is just a ochre and white, just a little bit of ochre, a lot of white. That's pretty much off color. I have colors just like it, but I just want to mix this one up fresh and clean. And again, it's really just twisting the brush off, starting it off, and flick with flicks. And then when you bring it down, twisting your brush off at the end. Color just a little bit strong. So this one, just a little bit. Get the big areas. As your brush dirties down, you can come back in and do the secondary hairs. I might even go to a green in here at the end, leaving just a little bit of your red to show through on between each stroke. If you fill them all in, you won't get the liveliness of it. Definitely, I think sink in here too. Whoop, too bright. Okay. I'm going to leave that there then. I'll leave that, and then I'm just going to show you a couple of lines. These lines on the outsides, I'm going to put in the dark sections. I'm just going to put them in with the dark, but they can't be quite as dark coming through because of the contrast. They'll shoot out and come forward too much. It's almost like air holes when you go outside and paint trees, the air holes in trees and things. So what I'm going to have to do here is lighten up my green. I'm going to put in here a little bit, and that would have been oxide red, oxide transparent oxide, and yellow. So I lightened up the color just a hair, a little bit more yellow, I think I put in it. Okay. This is where this brush comes in handy because it holds a line that's just perfect. I'll get over here. I'm going to just bring this area down a little bit. As you can see, it's just a little. So warm it up. Okay. So I'll be able to use, I'm going to use some cad orange and fatal green. And put that into that transparent oxide mix I had a little bit and lighten it up with that. So it's not too dark. And basically all I have to do, just dip my brush in oil just a touch, but not that much. Get a little bit of oil on my brush. Keep my lines nice and straight. And the way this one works, like I said, it doesn't bunch up. If I put it in here nice, I can go across here and get that line. And all I have to do is repeat it 3 times, or really twice. You know, and they don't have to be perfect. That's a great thing. This next one, I'll do it again, but now I can make it a little thicker. I'll come back in and just push it down, push this area down, give it a little bit of things. Now I have to clean my brush. That's the thing, is I am wiping my brush off each time, because each time I am going to pick up white, you know, because when I went here, I picked up a lot of white. Just keeping it nice and clean. And I'll pick up the bottom end of that. And that's what this brush can do. It just holds that line. It doesn't get any thicker. Might go a little thicker, so a little more pressure. And I'll do a few more of these strokes. And just keep adding paint, a little more paint to my thing. But that got a little on the green side. It was that's supposed to be for the other side. Shoot. Anyway, I'll just finish this up real quick. And it's the same thing on the other side. All I got to do is kind of pick up this line over here, because these lines about water, you know, they do, you know, are the same line. Then you just have some fun. Now I'm getting to the fun part where, you know, these things are going to be jiggling and stuff, so I don't have to be perfect, but they do line up. They always got to line up. You know, this is like doing when I paint brick walls and things like that. You know, you don't want to paint every brick, but they do got to line up. So, and that's all I'm doing on those guys. Of course, the other side, we're going to go a little darker, and things like that. And down here, just a little bit, couple down in here, and that's all you do. Other side would be going green side. This is the green side. Basically, it's the same color, same things, but this is on the oxide, transparent oxide, and phthalo green side right here. And all I'm going to do is straighten a few things out. And all I got to do is just, I can run a line if I want. Just clean up a few spots here. And this is when, you know, after I get done in this, get that done, then I'll probably come back and look at, you know, digging out a few things in the background, you know, cleaning up this area. Again, the same thing. You know, just a touch of oil on my brush before I grab paint. I'll keep my paint clean when I come in here. And they're just small arcs. It doesn't have to be a straight line. This one I want messed up. Okay. And that's all I got to do. I'm just, the rest of them are just, you know, same thing, just following around. When you put a little bit of oil on it, it just glides. Now, like I said, I'll give you a link to this brush too if you want it. I'm gonna try it. Oh, I gotta take this down the front, hit it with my hand as soon as I come, right when I need to. And here. So you got to get like 3 or 4 good lines that look great. And then the rest of them are just small broken up ones. Make sure you've got a couple that start here, start there. Then have a couple that start over here and go back. One in the middle. That's your lines. You know, I could, like I said, if I wanted to, I could there's a nice way to put them in with your knife. If I wanted to do it that way, that would be nice. But the little things is, this is the what you want to do when you get to finally get it around here. These little details will come in handy. And then the buildings themselves, like I said, yeah, I might want to put those in with a bristle brush because of oh shit. Not a good idea. Put them in with a bad bristle brush so I don't get too here. Don't get too detailed. But this is it. This is it. I'm just going to break up this dark back in here with purples. Basically, I'm going to be 7s. Basically, I'm going to go down back here with phthalo green and purple here and put in this house right behind it, right above his nose, almost. So it goes right about here. I'm going to slide it here and just basically take it up and just twist it to a point. Too much. So that kind of subtlety of color is what we're going to be doing back there, maybe the next building next to it. The phthalo green, they're just going to be strokes. Just like the boat over here. You know, Just an angled stroke. That one, boy, that catches the light. It's way too bright. Anyway. You know, they come back with the blues and purple, greens, and you can put in back in windows. Back in those things. Okay. The last little things I'll show you, just simple little marks I'll be making back here, just the indications of like there's a diving platform back over here. You know, just pushing the paint all the way here. And creating a ladder. Reflections. All right, that's as far as I can go. With this right now. I was going to put in a highlight. Maybe I just put it in. Basically just disturb the paint. So I'll bring it in and I'll work on this again tomorrow. As you can start to see the faces starting to come through there. Things are falling into place. And the neck, I didn't work on his neck at all, really. Or his back end, I just started putting in some cool colors, but I didn't dive into them. Put in the lines. I'll show you how quickly you can put those guys in. I will send you the thing for that synthetic. But let's see what you guys have been doing. You know, let's see who's been painting and who's not. Just so turn on your cameras and turn on your mics. And let's see what everyone has.
Mine is all bushy. That's always my excuse, you know.
A little mushy.
And he looks like a puppy.
Okay, here comes. We're gonna go right to Lynette first. Lynette,
okay, yeah.
Since
Get
she has,
over with.
let's see what mushy looks like.
Mushy looks like. Where is it? Oh, here we go.
Oh,
can you see it?
Wow. He really glows in that green. That yellow, orange. Wow, that's really great. I mean, you really dived into his midtones already, really heavily. I would say, yeah, that's really. I think that's a good start, Lynette. Really, I think the light, the water, definitely okay. You went a little too dark with the water.
Okay.
I think when you lighten that up, you're going to find out that the value you got there is probably a little bit better than you think it is. I would say his back end, the highlights in his back end are going to go cooler on the top stuff. That will help push his back end just back behind him a little bit more.
Okay.
But the basic shape of the head and into his muzzle is pretty doggone good. I think, yeah, you're gonna have to hit your highlights really hard. You know, when it's this yellow and stuff, a lot of times I almost have to put in pure white and mix it in. As long as it's wet, almost go with pure white into that color, and it will probably get you right about the right value and stuff. Almost using a canvas as a mixer.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that's the big problem. You got the blue down by his in the reflection, down by his in the water. You in the lower part, there's one spot of bright blue down there. It looks like, That's the color
Okay.
you need to be. That's the color that needs to be behind them mostly. That value.
Oh,
How
really?
bright
Okay.
that is. Yeah, you're
Oh,
pretty
okay.
dark.
So in front of him there. Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
see.
In the front area is really good, but there's that one little spot of blue, light blue, you got there, and that's the value you should be putting in behind them instead of you probably went put number 7 a value of 7-ish green back there when it should have been probably around the 3-ish.
Okay.
So what you might want to do on that too, that might be a place where you would peel it out, because the drawing's really good. Really, if you peel out that green and then put in the blue green, the alizarin green and white mix at like a number 3 on the green side,
Okay.
that will work a lot better. That'll probably save you a lot of paint.
Okay.
But the drawings are really pretty doggone good.
I guess I couldn't get the tilt of the head. That
Okay.
I always have problems with, I don't know, the positioning of things.
Yeah.
That's
If you
very tricky.
also, if you want to take a picture of it, square it up like I was saying, really good to square it up and send it to me. I'll throw my digital check over it. This goes out to everyone too. Just send me if you take a good squared up shot, I don't have to, perspective wise and too bad. I'll put the drawing over it and I'll send it back to you. You can kind of see what, you can find out where that nudge is.
Okay.
Really good.
And he looks like a puppy to me. I got a horse on a beach and I got the Fenrir as a puppy, or Bjorn. What is this? Bjorn?
Bjorn.
Yeah. He looks like a puppy.
Oh, he's good though. Thank you. I like it. I think, yeah, you got to, you're going to have to cool off the back end and little things like that. But, what do you want for a few hours? Good job.
That's true. Thank you. Well,
okay.
I love you.
Oh, thanks. Let's go. Char's up next. Jennifer's coming up. Michelle's coming.
That's my painting.
There you go. It's so lifelike. Hey, you're picking up a puppy in a couple weeks too.
Jim, week from tomorrow we get the puppy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you, I came really close to pulling the trigger on getting the other one.
Oh, you should have.
I know.
Oh,
I
wow.
just said my wife was going to kill me.
Wow.
Okay.
I
Well,
went a little nuts with the orange in the water.
Oh yeah, not too bad though, really. Let me see. I think you probably could go a little rich, a little more yellowish, orange in the water and here and there on the outsides of the shape. The good shape. It's a really good shape though. Water wise is really good. I would say that, and then you need to get that. Well, this is one of those ones where I don't want to say too much to get to take you in the wrong direction.
Right.
Because of the lighting and stuff. It would be better to take a picture of it and send it to me.
Yeah, it's the lighting doesn't. The colors are different than what it looks on my monitor. I don't know about your monitor, but my monitor it doesn't look the same.
Yeah, it looks a little cool.
Yeah, and it's not that cool.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. That's why I wasn't gonna say too much. But I think the drawing's fabulous. You really did a great job on that head. I would just say, look, Jim, I'm just throwing this out there. Take it with a grain of salt that, you're going to be pushing in a lot more oranges and greens and that into the dog. I mean, it looks like that's what you have in there now. You're going to be pushing in the oranges on top there and stuff. Take it easy when you put those colors on top, because you'll just make mud if you blend too much. So this is where you can do it in one stroke. Do it in one stroke and leave it, because then you'll get the benefits of the darks you put in underneath, and you get this beautiful color on top. It's usually stroke over. I always take stroke over design sometimes. If you get a beautiful stroke, just leave it. Don't worry about it being exact. Make the next one just a little bit different and make it work. That's all you have to do. Really, some of those beautiful lines and things. Good.
Now,
What'd you think about putting in the lines?
Do what?
What'd you think about putting in the lines?
In the water?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm behind. I'm probably going to put a few more lines in the water, and I still need some work on my fur, but I don't want to overdo it on the fur either. I think, like you say, less is better. Less.
I like it. I like it. And I even like the feel of the softness you put in the back line on the thing and stuff, and just soften out everything back there. You don't need anything back there. I just know there's houses and stuff like that back there, and I'm just kind of goofy that way. So just this simple
There
and
it
this
looks a
clean.
little warmer. There.
Oh,
It's-
there he goes.
yeah, it is
you just-
warmer. Yeah,
Okay. All right.
it is warmer. Yeah.
All right. Never mind what I said. You're fine. Go away. I knew I should never go with you. What am I talking to? Okay, now it looks so much better.
Yeah.
God, I felt so bad for you just a second ago. Okay, guys.
Okay.
I know people, I know her, and I know I could be funny with her. So that was fun because it was too nice. That's a nice, very great, that's a fabulous start.
Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer, are you on the phone? Can you
Okay,
play?
yeah, you're gonna experience some 65-year-old nincompoopery. Do I push the switch camera button to make it there? Yes.
There you go. There
Okay,
she
well,
is.
you're gonna see that I ended up mostly watching. I did the other dog, and I've just got.
Oh yeah.
I just got. I barely have some underpainting in. I can't even see it.
Oh,
Is it coming across at all?
just a little bit. That looks great
many-
though.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're painting this one. It's good to see that one. What's going in there? I love the colors you're shoving in there.
Wow.
Those
Look at
colors.
there, and you can see I didn't even finish. Sorry about that. I'm not used to. This is I'm not used to an iPad. I apparently grew up in a different century.
You're fine. Relax.
There we go. Trying to get to work.
I can see it. I can see it. This is even better than what I usually get, so it's fine.
I'll keep working on it.
I want to just say some things on it, and I'm just saying, man, I love the way you're pushing your colors in there underneath so far. Love to see the greens and the blues and the purples and those yellows coming in there with the oranges. Right now, the harmony and the way they're twisting around is gorgeous. Real nice. I love that. Now don't mess it up.
Well, you're nice. I mostly sat here with having phthalo incidents in all over my hands, and not used to using such a big palette, so which was great. But I just was learning some lessons about how to better set myself up here.
I want to see that finished. So when you finish it, post it on the student site, and we definitely give you some more comment. That's gorgeous. So I just I like the colors so far.
You're very nice. It's a humbling experience.
Yeah. No, but that's really pretty. I think the colors in there are singing, and I think you're gonna have. I know the way you paint and stuff. Yeah, I'll see it in about 6 months or something like that.
I know. I hope that you're gonna see it in 6 days. I'm gonna work on it. So I'm trying. That's my whole point. I love how you work, and I try to knock off this anal business.
Okay, no worries. It's a really very nice start. I love it.
Thank you.
Okay. Michelle, let's see if she's put. Did you paint, Michelle? Yes, she did.
And let me see if I can.
There you go. Wow.
You said
that
picture.
water.
Thank
really
you.
great job on that water. That's very clean. It's very cleanly put in there, simply put in there, not overworked. Some beautiful things, really beautiful things. Your dog's coming along well. He has a. There you go. Yep. You see, this is the underpainting, and they always feel like a little rainbow of color,
But if you don't get that rainbow of color underneath the fur, you can't get it in there. So you got to get it in there, and just brings the top fur, brings all the color to the top fur. The way you lined them up, it's really good so far. Good job on the chest area so far. The head, yeah. I mean, you've drawn dogs before, haven't you?
No, not really, but I do this for a living, but not dogs.
Oh.
And
Okay.
I love your nuances with the grays and stuff like that. I learned a lot today with that. And also, most of my highlights are typically just stay in the golden and the yellows. And so putting those pinks and those blue cooler tones really made the warm tones really pop for me. So I appreciate all your instruction and passion.
Oh, great. That's a good answer. That's a good answer for everyone to take home. I like that. Thank you very much, Michelle.
Yes.
Wow, it made me blush.
No, it's beautiful. The nuances are just gorgeous. So, and I definitely don't pull that phthalo out quite that much. So I'm excited about that.
I tell you, I never liked phthalo green. I didn't like any of those phthalos, and a guy picked it up from Collie Wisson, and it's just really, it just added a lot of depth to my paintings, and just really took over, because I only had blue on my painting in my palette to get darks, and so blue and red and stuff, and blue. Now it's all green. So
yeah, I love
not as much blue. So it's fun. Okay, we got Gretchen and Hillary, Lisa, and we got Kathleen down at the bottom. So just turn on your mics and we'll be ready to go. Who's going to be first? We got Gretchen up.
Yeah.
Hi, Gretchen. Hi, Gretchen.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. You got a dog there with you too?
I have 2 puppies, and they have completely had a party in my studio.
That's
my
okay.
one's 2.5 months, and he's been initiated with phthalo green between his toes.
Oh. Okay. Wow. You're fantastic. You really followed everything I told you. You're fabulous on this start. This is, your colors, your placement. I know I'm not blowing. This is gorgeous. This is really right where you should be. For a block it. Oh, wow. I didn't see the bottom.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Forget everything I said. Wow. Beautiful design. You got game. Congrats. That's beautiful.
That's really sweet. I've learned a whole ton. My brain, I almost quit in the beginning because I didn't know we were supposed to be mixing.
Oh, that was you, huh?
Yeah, that was me. So
that's fine.
I'm going to appreciate the replay of the tape, and I will study it.
Oh man, good drawing. I mean, that head and the way you got it in there just sings. So far, it's working out really, really well. The water, you listened so well on that water.
Well, Michelle's my teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good teacher, I tell you. That's nice. Some nice smooshes going on there. That's the thing, is just getting the water just to kind of intersect and blend slightly and create the waves, not by overpainting, and because you've gotten the water in so cleanly like you have it going in here, any little mark you make now is going to mean something. So when you start to put in, you're going to be putting in, I'll be putting them in tomorrow, is just those little disturbances of flecks of crap in the water, air in the water, and they'll mean so much more. They'll just, no one will know that they're there but you and me. there's just a couple flecks in how you put them in.
Ooh,
That's gorgeous. Fabulous start. Congrats.
thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Colleen's up. Colleen, you owe me some train shots from out west on your trip.
Oh, you mean Kathleen, but
Kathleen, I'm sorry. Did I say Colleen? I'm sorry.
that's all right. I do that to people all the time, so I understand.
No. I got it. Okay, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah,
There we go.
I know anymore. It's the color looks pretty bad on this, but it's better.
Okay, all right.
It looks horrible on here.
Well, it feels like, yeah, you got a lot of green in it, right? And it probably doesn't.
But well, I do, but I'm gonna calm it down.
No.
Yeah, it didn't look that strong. Maybe let me try I don't know if the light will help.
Oh yeah, that helped.
A little bit.
That was the greens were really popping and stuff.
Yeah.
They do pop. That's just phthalo for you. Sometimes you just have to push the other side of the colors. And like I said, that transparent oxide doesn't stand up to phthalo green as good as you think it would. So it's almost like take transparent oxide and put a little phthalo green into it.
Yeah,
good job.
It definitely
though.
needs calming down.
Yeah, and oranges and stuff. It's fine. I mean, half of it is just really just getting it blocked in, and now we can go back and clean it up and do the things to it. And before you go any farther about cleaning it up, send it to me. I'll put the
Do
thing
a check
over.
on it.
Yeah. So we got the body and the head in the right size
Okay.
together instead of doing any more work. But
All right.
otherwise, no. That being said, yeah, it looks, your colors, I really like it so far. Your purples and your pinks and stuff are going in the right directions. We're just gonna have
Well, I tend to anymore want to put it in really dark because if you lose it, you can't get it back. It seems like.
Right.
That's always the good thing. And you looks like you just started your mid-tones, a lot of your mid-tones in the body and stuff. So yeah, just make sure you get all those things in there. I know you push the purples and you push the greens in it. Good. And then a lot of the stuff will just show up. It's just going to show up. You know that.
Right.
As it goes. So, but yeah, let's do a digital check on it.
Okay.
And you can keep working on it, but take a shot of it when you feel like you're done.
Sure.
We'll throw a digital check on it, and then you can make a couple corrections. You'll be done probably.
Well,
probably.
Yeah. Once I get the mid stuff on and the highlights, but
I like your lines. I liked a lot of stuff on it. I like the background.
Okay.
Just to the disturbance of paint, the thing that just the translucency of the paint, is just so nice. So I think that's coming along. And when you bring that down to do all the lines and stuff, I think it's gonna be really interesting.
I hope so. I'll keep working and I'll send you a picture.
Okay, girl.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. And then Gretchen, you got Colleen. I said Kathleen. I don't know. I'm sorry. Hillary and Lisa. Both you two. You owe me. Turn on your stuff. There's Lisa. Turned her stuff on. Okay, Lisa. You don't have There's Lisa. Come on, Lisa. Where are you? Nothing. There we go. I think it's Lisa. No, that's Kathleen again.
Yeah.
Kathleen, what do you took over everything?
Sorry.
Okay.
Is Lisa's microphone off?
Okay, we got Hillary. Hillary came up. Yeah, Lisa, turn on your
Microphone.
Your mic, and you're good. Okay, but where are you going? Are you driving someplace?
Hey, listen, you can't text and drive, but you can paint and drive. That's not against the law. I must confess, I did not paint I had an eye appointment in Atlanta today. My eyes are dilated. I can't see anything, but my husband's driving me home. But I watched the video. I'm blown away by you, and I'm going to try it tomorrow. But I got to go buy a gallon bucket of phthalo and a giant paintbrush from Lowe's, and then I'm going to give it a try. I love your work, but I will give it a try.
Okay. Okay. Hey, thanks for tuning in. I didn't know you're on your way somewhere.
No, we're on the way back from Atlanta. I just
Yeah.
signed on to this morning because I own a golden retriever, English cream, named Max, who could be the twin to Born.
Yeah.
And I would love to be able to try and render him half as beautifully as you do your dogs.
Oh, good, good. I
So
tell you,
go ahead.
no, I'm just gonna say, just make the comment that those dogs, English creams, they all look alike. They are so close
They
to each
did.
other.
Like polar bears.
I-
But he came, his breeder was from Chicago. I wonder if they're related. But anyway, if I do this painting in the next few days, could I do a photo and send it to you so you could critique and do your little thing on it that you do with Procreate?
Yep, I'll do the digital check for you and drop it in over
Thank
there.
you.
No
Thank
problem.
you very much. I
Also-
loved your demo.
Oh, thank you. You're nice. I appreciate
And
that.
Michelle is also my teacher. So
Oh, Michelle,
put it-
thank you, Michelle.
she
You're
put us
welcome.
on to you. She said, "Look at this guy," and we said, "OMG."
You guys are too nice. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye. Okay, here we go. We got the last one. Yeah, we got Lisa.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, Lisa, how are you?
Good. Yeah, I'm good. I was able to take today off, so I was able to paint with everybody, but mine is not as good as everybody else's. Mine is still muddy. You know, I started with watercolors and acrylics, so I am new to oils, and I think everything I touch goes to mud. But I'm practicing and having fun. So I drew out the first picture, but then I did the second one. So hang on, and I'll flip it around and show you guys.
Oh,
So
wow.
it's still
Hey,
muddy,
no, not really.
muddy and green.
It is green and stuff. It's not muddy though. That's, I would tell you if it was muddy. That's not muddy. That's
Yeah.
really pretty. That's pretty clean.
Oh, okay.
I don't see any real things that jump out at me as muddy. Those are pretty clean colors so far. That
Yeah,
water
no.
down there is coming along very well.
Yeah, I think the back of the dog is too big. The mid portions of the dog is too big, maybe. So I may have to work on that a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. Just a few things. Not too bad though. Not bad at all, in fact.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think a lot of times as you go in painting, you'll find out how strong you have to make things contrast wise. Your background could come back. Right now, it's just kind of flowing forward because you don't have enough light back there to bring the front forward.
Right.
So basically, if you put that lizard phthalo green white in the lizard little mix, into it, a lot stronger in the white side, up there about a number 3. You get that behind them a little bit. That will flatten out that water. That water will tip down after you get down the back there. Okay. That's why it kind of just lays up like this instead of goes back down. So because that'll force the darker areas in the front to come forward. That's all you're doing. Oh, that's all you're missing. Yeah, a couple little drawing problems on the dog, but none. But the colors look great. So why don't you if you can take a great picture of it, straighten it up for me, really, and send it to me. I'll throw the digital check on you, and you can take a look at it and see, how if you have to bump up his back more, or drop down the head more, little things like that. And then the things with digital checks, I'll tell you, I'll come back here then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. The thing with digital checks, you don't have to use it all. I mean, I just do it to make sure that things are properly aligned, that an eyeball's not too low, not too things. It just saves me time, and it also, takes that little thing out of your head that something's wrong. And now I can just go for the money strokes, put those things in strongly and cleanly, and not have anything in my head that's saying, oh, that's all it is. And that it really does help. It's just more of a psychological thing than probably everything else. Just helps you clean things up. So, but guys,
a quick question, please.
sure.
First of all, thank you so much. I texted Michelle this morning and I said FOMO, and my husband said, "What's FOMO?" I said, "Fear of missing out." So I hurried up and got into I didn't have any of my, but didn't know anything, but I got you sent me my material list right away. So thank you so much for that. This is the first time I've even known about you, and I'm so grateful. So from here, tomorrow you finish it up and then you post the recording and we get notified. So if I wanted to continue on mine, do you recommend, if it dries, oiling it out then and starting from that point, or do you go on it dry?
Yeah, well, mine usually wet into wet. I don't use any dryers, so this thing will be wet tomorrow pretty much. But if yours is, if you're using something else, definitely oil it out a little bit. If it's dry, if it's dry, definitely oil it out a little bit before you can get the colors to pop back a little bit. That's always a good thing.
But it's better the way you're doing it in order to pick up the background colors.
There's always ways to work. The way I work. I don't really use any dryers, so I'm not sure if that's what you're saying. You're probably not saying that, but nothing will be dry tomorrow. I mean, maybe some of these darker areas things with phthalo in them dry a little quicker, but they'll still be workable tomorrow.
Huh.
All my paints will be workable tomorrow. I'm not going to be changing. I will not change any colors. I will not add any colors to my palette. This is what I'm going to battle with. Yeah, so tomorrow I will pick it up from right here and probably just go through again what I think I'm going to change, and then I'll start working on it. Tell you what needs to be done. Most of it's body work. Most of it's fur stuff, and I did send you guys a link in my email yesterday or so about brush strokes, creative brush strokes. It's a little video I did and stuff. That has some of these strokes in it that really apply to dog fur. Just twisting your brush one way, or rocking your brush, or rolling your brush, knowing when to do that, depending on the dog hair, it really, some of those strokes can come in very timely. So a lot of spikes in here have to be done right. So tomorrow I'll be working on the back end, working on this side, working on the water one more time, because just cleaning it up. And then I'll try to show you everything I do about the little nicks and things you think about, and why I put nicks and things, you nick a place like that to slow down the line and stuff. So I'll when I do that, I'll let you know. So, but that's about it for today.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you guys really hanging in here on these things. They could just seem like they go long, and I can't find a good place to stop.
No.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was
All
wonderful.
Thank
Thank
you.
Thank you. It was wonderful.
Oh, you guys are nice. Thank you very much.
Hey, Jim,
Yeah.
you could call her and see if she's still got that other puppy. Hey, they go home on the 21st. You could pick it up on your way home from Lexington.
I know. I did buy it at one time, but I had to tell her. My wife found out, and I had to put it back.
Oh.
We'll get one probably the next year.
Oh,
She's going, what? Because I'm
Today's
going to
no
be out
worse
of
than
town and
two.
everything.
that'll be our number 4.
Is it?
Yeah, we have, but 2 of them are the little Norwiches, so they're like a half a dog.
Yeah. Oh, I wish I wanted
say,
one. But
just say, look at all the prizes I've won recently, and I don't ask for much. See, that's why I let my husband get it, because he never asked for anything. And he said, I'd like to have one more golden. And at Christmas time, it's like, there isn't anything I want. His birthday, there isn't anything I want. So when he said he wanted a golden, even though it was going to be number 4, I said, okay.
oh, you're
Good
just
field
too
trip
nice.
on her.
You're a nice girl. Yeah.
You deserve it.
I know. These guys tore up our backyard so bad, wrestling and stuff. And then to get another puppy. I finally got the backyard in again. Now they're not tearing it up, but now I get a puppy and they'll be tore up again. So next year. We'll see. No, they're great. I just love Goldens. They're fabulous.
We're real excited about getting it.
You owe me pictures then. You're gonna owe me a lot of pictures.
Okay.
I'll live through you. All right, guys. Hey, I appreciate you guys. Thanks a lot. I'll work on this tomorrow and I'll send them out. I'll send you this first link right away today, and the one tomorrow I'll send both links. The finished video won't be done for a couple of weeks, but I'll be out of town, and I'll do it when I can. So I'll send you that link too when we're all done. So, all right. Well, you guys have a great rest of the day. I appreciate, thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Thanks,
right.
Jim.
Okay. We'll see you guys all down the road.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.